certainly in relation to green grass and certainly some rain. So certainly makes the heart grow fonder of Central Highlands. So, look, councillors, I think we have previously had, in terms of our presence here today, an apology or seeking a leave of absence from Councillor Curtis. So that leave of absence was sought and granted. So can we move that we accept her apology? Moved by Councillor Rolfe, seconded Councillor Burns. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. So that was Councillor Curtis's leave of absence. Now, look, councillors, Councillor Moriarty has said that she'll apology. But she has spoken with the CEO about potentially require. Oh, here she is. Come on in, Councillor Moriarty. So we will do that now because we haven't even got past that. We're going to discuss leave of absence, Councillor Moriarty. So just get your books down and your feet under you first. So, but yeah, we'll deal with that, and that will sort of, I guess, account for any of the apologies we have today. It's good to see you, Councillor Daniels, not threatened by sickness to your children and your household. You did make it today, so thank you very much for that. So, glasses on, just about ready to go. So, Councillor Moriarty, we just wanted to talk about potentially leave of absences you might require and some dates just so we can contemplate that.
Good morning, everyone, and my apologies for running late. It was a bit unavoidable, sorry. I was due to family and some medical commitments. I was just wanting to have a leave of absence for council meeting the 29th of June, sorry, and the 13th and 27th of July. So basically the next 3 council meetings, please.
Yes.
Is that right?
So it's the 28th, Councillor Moriarty.
28th.
July and 29th.
Yeah.
And the 29th of July.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You can have those other days as well, but you don't need our permission, but no.
Thank you.
So, did you want to talk about those leave of absence? So that's fine.
Yeah, there's no issue with taking that amount of leave of absences. We've checked, and that number is fine, even given earlier leaves of absence.
Yep. All right. Okay, so Councillor Moriarty's requested leave of absence on these days for the General Council meetings of the 28th of the 6th, the 13th of the 7th and the 29th of the 7th. Is someone happy to move those? Moved by Councillor Cypher, seconded Councillor Burns. All in favour? Looks like you're going to have to take them now, Councillor Moriarty. All in favour, carried. Thank you. So, councillors, that deals with the leave of absence for the next short period of time, the short interim. Councillors, on our behalf and on behalf of our organisation, I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. I made reference yesterday to the fact that we had a visit from our Western Kungaloo claimants here for the Central Highlands as recently as last week, just updating us on the progress of that. So we certainly share the responsibility and the support of their claim, and certainly they have some upcoming dates, I think, starting in July and for the second half of this year. So we acknowledge the traditional owners and certainly those that have come before them, those that live with us, and certainly their youth on which we place so much of our faith in our future. So we will be no doubt seeing somewhere more news on the Western Kungaloo claim, I guess, in the future. So we look forward to that. As I said, we get to Pastor Tony Harold from the Hope Lens Church. It's been a little while since Tony's been here, but he's a good harbinger. He brings rain and green grass to us all. So thank you for that, Tony. I'll ask Tony to lead us perhaps in a little bit of I suppose, a mentor and a prayer this morning. Thanks, Tony.
That button there, sorry. Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me. As you do, invite various members of Emerald Churches together in, and we're all grateful for the opportunity to come and to share and to lead a prayer. As Mr Mayor said, yeah, rain has happened and country does look good, but in many ways we struggle these days with scarce resources. Certainly in the capacity of people. People are time poor, but yet also the finding people to do a job sometimes, well, quite often in our current climate is even difficult. And money is getting scarcer in many ways as well. We can't just sit as a council or in some of my roles with an expectation that money flows down from above. There are more and more demands on that pool of funds that doesn't necessarily grow any bigger. And now we're told we might even get a blackout. So perhaps electricity sources are becoming more and more scarce as well. And so I think we are at the moment, whether that's a trend into the longer term, I'm not certain. I'm not here to prophesy yes or no. But in the current climate, certainly we're facing a time when resources are scarce and certainly money is getting scarcer. And at the same time, there's still very many people in need. You know, there's still people that need the basic essentials of shelter and food assistance. So the fields that we work in, and yourselves as councillors, there's more and more demand on your capacities, more and more demand on your resources. And with that, I don't need to say, but I will, it does require us to be more creative, find other ways to generate funding sources and look at different technology opportunities. And with that, secondly, requires wisdom. And yeah, as a Christian, I believe the source of wisdom is first from God alone. And my prayer today will be that the Creator God will give us all wisdom, give yourselves wisdom, give myself wisdom, direct our paths, and that we'll have an open mind to bold, creative thinking, making some tough calls where need be, but also with our people in mind. And a proverb says, getting wisdom is the wisest thing that anyone can do. And whatever else you do, develop good judgment. So in the midst of being people of integrity, people for our community, and with that heart and mind, my prayer will be that we would find wisdom and divine wisdom. So might I join you, please, that we would pray. Heavenly Father, gracious and loving God, we come to you today as Creator God, Creator of heaven and earth, and we submit to you as we juggle the demands of the worlds that we live in and the decision realms that we're in. I pray, Lord, for wisdom. You would guard the hearts and minds of people for great outcomes, for bold creative thinking, for care for our community, and we would make good judgment. We commit this, Lord, to you always. In your name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Pastor Tony. Thank you. Yeah. Look forward to seeing you next time around. I think we need rain about September, so if you want to, you can drop in about then, that'd be great. All right. Thank you very much, Tony. Yeah. Thank you. All right, councillors, back to our agenda. The confirmations and minutes of the previous meeting, which was from the General Council meeting the 25th of May. Would someone like to move those? Moved by Councillor Carpenter, seconded. Councillor Brimblecombe. So they've been moved and seconded. So folks, as is our normal practice, if you would have a look through those, if there's anything there that, or to make sure that that's recorded as you saw it. Councillors, have we that? It's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Councillors, carried. Any business arising out of those minutes? Any questions? All good. Outstanding meeting actions there, folks. Nothing there. All right, and folks, as you know, the upcoming meeting agenda, upcoming agenda items, you know that process of obviously bringing some of those forwards or an application to have them considered. So, councillors, conflicts of interest. We might start at the front bench today. CEO, you had a conflict to declare.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I declare an actual conflict of interest in relation to item 12.2.2, funding request for Central Highlands Development Corporation for endorsement. in that it is a request for council budget, and in my dual roles as CHRC CEO and CHDC Board Director, that conflict exists, and I'll leave the meeting for that item.
All right, thank you, CEO. Any other conflicts? Sorry, Councillor Moriarty.
I just realised, I think we have this clarified every time, Mr Mayor, but as a board director on the Central Highlands Queensland Affordable Housing Company, we've got an item there today, so just wanted to flag that. There could be a perceived conflict of interest.
I think the clarification there is that there's not a conflict there in relation to being an elected member on that company. The Local Government Act allows for that, and the Development Corporation, that elected members have no conflict of interest.
Right, the declaration is good though, Janice. I think that's good practice, so thank you for that. All right. No petition, CEO? Oh, sorry, conflict of interest. Sorry, Councillor Rolfe.
Conflict of interest, Mayor, I declare a conflict of interest regard agenda item 12.4.1. As a director of Birrong Grazing Company, our company has been involved with the purchases of Lot 17 DSN 188, Mr and Mrs Wayne and Ingrid York, having purchased bulls from them. It was a transaction that took place over 12 months ago, and I was not involved in the negotiations. However, I do declare and wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter, please.
Right. Okay, so that'll be an interesting complication, because I guess I needed to talk to you about my presence here today too, and your chairing of the meeting going forward. So we'll deal with that at the appropriate time. The CEO may have to take the chair role to actually discuss the Deputy Mayor's participation.
I think Councillor Rolfe is requesting of her fellow councillors to stay for that item,
Okay.
regardless
So
of
you
the
want to do that now?
declaration.
Yep,
Sure.
please.
Okay.
So that needs to vote.
Okay. All right. You can stay in the room. There's no need to leave the room. I think we've just determined in the past that you can actually stay present in the room. So.
That needs a vote.
Sorry?
That needs a vote.
You need to, exactly. Yep. So, councillors, out of all of those declarations, the CEO's declaration in relation to 12.2.2. Certainly Councillor Moriarty's acknowledgement again of her directorship in terms of the housing company and the subsequent advice that's been provided. And Councillor Rolfe's declared 12.4.1 interest in that particular item and wants to participate in that discussion. Councillors' views on Councillor Rolfe being able to stay? Is there anyone violently opposed to her being here for that discussion? Okay. So would someone move the move by Councillor Carpenter, seconded? Councillor Burns, that Councillor Rolfe can stay in the room, having made her declaration to be able to participate in the discussion on that matter. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Beautiful. So, councillors, just in terms of just the agenda today, I'm going to bring forward, and I passed that only on to Councillor Moriarty just earlier today. I'm going to leave the meeting, or I thought I was leaving the meeting at 10:30 to attend the Prime Minister's invitation to Gladstone. That's been brought forward slightly. So I guess I was hoping that if we stuck to our agenda that I'd be here for the presentation of the CHDC endorsement of their budget. And I have to present that, I guess, because the CEO's actually declared interest there. So, councillors, I want to do that first, obviously, if I can, please. So that allows enough discussion time for the subsequent items, and will allow me to get away at 10 o'clock. So I guess with your indulgence, if everyone's happy to do that. And Peter Dowling is here if there's a question for him. And I know you've declared an interest, CEO. So I'll do that item first. So if you can leave the room, CEO.
Mr Mayor, we've obviously got Governor here to take us through the detail
Of the CHRC report.
Are you happy with that?
Yep. All right, so CEO's left the room. So that report, councillors, is the iteration of the funding request for budget. Just go to the page. Item. 12.2.2. So Margaret, do you want to introduce Helen and she can run through that?
Yep. Good morning, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. This report comes to you as a consequence and follow-up of the original budget submission that was submitted to council on the 25th of May. Council at that meeting voted not to fund Central Highlands Development Corporation in the amount requested, and subsequently councillors asked that an alternative funding request be submitted in the same amount as that funded in the current financial year for council's consideration. So the detail of that revised request, I'll just hand over to our Acting Manager Finance, Helen, to take us through that. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you, Marg, and through the Chair. Good morning, councillors. The Central Highlands Regional Development Corporation, known as CHDC, is the lead economic development organisation for the Central Highlands region in Queensland. Last financial year, in 2021-22, a budget of $1,935,081 was approved by the Central Highlands Regional Council. On the 25th of May 2022, a report was tabled to Council to endorse funding for CHDC in the 2022-23 Council budget. At that meeting, Council voted not to fund CHDC for the amount requested. Councillors instead asked for an alternative funding request be submitted for Council's consideration that was based on the same amount that was funded in the current financial year. The alternative budget request for 2022-23 is $1,870,081. This amount comprises the annual contribution and business as usual tourism activities conducted by CHDC each financial year. The difference of $65,000 between the budget for 2023 and the current year budget relates to funding provided this year for one-off non-current expenses. Council's 2022-23 budget will be adopted on the 28th of June. At a special budget meeting, an endorsement of the annual funding for CHDC will be required prior to the adoption of Council's budget. This endorsement will allow CHDC to continue to operate, extend contractual arrangements, enter into new arrangements, and to comply with the Director's duty to prevent insolvent trading under the Corporations Act. On this basis, a recommendation is made that Council endorse the amount of $1,870,081 in funding to the Central Highlands Regional Development Corporation for the organisation's 2022-23 budget.
Thanks, Helen. And look, councillors, Peter Dowling, who's our interim CEO of CHDC, is in the room, so I guess if there were some questions to him, but I guess to add to the context, as Helen said, the council did not endorse the previously provided request for funding. The subsequent discussion between council, I guess you'd say, and CHDC, and certainly on the basis of the change to, I guess, the CEO position there, and obviously that the budget sat as a responsibility to be provided there. And I think we provided the information at the previous meeting that the budget, or the I suppose the membership fee that council provides had previously come through a mechanism to the CEO's office and then subsequently considered in the budget as a one-line, I guess you'd say, membership fee or members fund. So that was the way it was considered last time. In terms of there being a more appropriate review of how that budget is coming to council this year was a change to that. So there was a presentation by the former CEO to a budget workshop, and that was outlined there. Not everyone was present for that. So that is the first time that particular function has happened. Obviously, through the discussion at that last council meeting where council did not support that budget request, there are a number of recommendations about how CHDC actually applies for its membership funding, and importantly, how the member would like that reported to the council organisation. It's never had, I suppose, the maturity of there being a core funding component, and then obviously the mechanism to have additional one-off initiatives added to that, if that's the format that is, I suppose, an acceptable format to be exchanged between the organisations. So it's been neither a request from Central Highlands Regional Council or an initiative of Central Highlands Development Corporation that a more detailed budget is provided. So it should be, I guess, noted that this year is a change to what we previously contemplated. Rightfully, there's an expectation that there needs to be detail that Council needs to be confident of in terms of its funding. So I guess there'll be an opportunity for, I suppose, an improvement to how that budget actually is presented to Council for their contemplation well in advance before, I suppose, the decision-making part of the financial year, so that I guess there's a more appropriate time for reflection on those. Also, that there's obviously an opportunity in the ensuing 12 months to make sure that that process is actually embedded in that organisation, and there's an opportunity for us here to have that reflected in a service level agreement that has expectations and measurements against that budget. They haven't been there in the past. They will certainly be there in the future as part of that process. So we welcome certainly that change. So, councillors, that's the, as you can see, if you look at just that very small columnised figures there, whilst we did contemplate subsequent to our last meeting an adjusted amount, the reality was that there were some one-off numbers in there that have been subsequently renegotiated, I think, with the organisation, and an amount of 1.935 initially discussed has now been reflected in the actual budget for 21-22, which was 1.870 with the stripping out, I guess, of those one-off items. So, councillors, you've had the opportunity to have a look at that. Is there any questions? Councillor Cypher, go.
Thank you. More of a comment, really. It was great to see that there was, how it was presented this year, there was more transparency, and I think that's very important. In that process, it was revealed, probably for the first time to myself, that there was approximately $2 million sitting in a fixed term deposit that I couldn't see that it was identified for any specific purposes over at CHDC. So I think it was very reasonable that at the last meeting, Council declined the budget and reduced the amount that we're suggesting to fund them for in future, considering that CHDC is a not-for-profit organisation. And I think it is very important that in future we actually see an identification for the expenditure of that approximate $2 million in that fixed term deposit. I think that's sitting on dangerous area if we don't know what it's being spent for. So I'm very happy to support the reduced budget, but I would like to say that more transparency needs to be provided in the future moving forward, and I look forward to that. Thank you.
No, thanks, Councillor Cypher. I think the reflection since the meeting at Blackwater last meeting has been, certainly from an organisational perspective at CHDC, that the audited figures and the amounts that are, and the cash, if any, that is actually on call. I think there was a fairly frank discussion about obviously the way that is actually discharged and spent. Certainly from a timing perspective, most of that disappears. There were some figures about you know, the coverage that normally come as an indicator of certainly the financial coverage of our financial responsibilities, and allowing for the fact that there are several FTE sort of components that are currently not utilised in the organisation. A lot of that expenditure is obviously tied up in I guess, where those positions sit at the moment. But like you say, rightly, there is going to be a changed level of reporting to this council. You'd have seen that the interim CEO is now providing some briefings on just some of those activities, and that's only in lieu of a more, I suppose, meaningful service level agreement between the two organisations, and around certainly that discussion about how more broadly economic development is delivered, and the opportunity for council to reflect on that. So as a sole member, clearly, part of that charter says that we look after our client and make sure that they're happy with what they have, and that has been to make sure that there's some more information, and that's a good discussion that we will definitely be having. And I think both organisations are looking forward to, I guess, a clarification of those roles and what's expected. So I expect, I'm not saying a new service level agreement, but certainly there'll be some change mechanisms to make sure that everyone is very much aware of what they expect. And certainly, as Councillor Moriarty always asks, and I see she's next, about some accountability about and measurement of just how those things are delivered. So thanks, Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you very much to Council and CHDC and everyone for the positive moves going forward. And again, as I previously said, that the reports that we're getting from CHDC are very comprehensive, and we thank the staff for all of their hard work over there. So that's all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Janice. All right. So I guess, councillors, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything particularly in those colonised figures that Helen hasn't explained and the one-offs, but certainly I think short of obviously the resolution today, just requesting that endorsement of that is certainly the unwritten commitment there that there will be certainly a different process about how budget is presented to the Central Highlands Regional Council each year. All right, so councillors, the recommendation is there that we endorse the amount of 1.870081 for funding the Central Highlands Development Corporations for its 22-23 budget. Is someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Carpenter, seconded. Councillor Brimblecombe, all in favour? Against? I'll record your vote, Councillor Moriarty. Please, if you would account that. Thank you, councillors, carried. Thank you everyone for that discussion. Thank you for letting us bring that forward. I'm going to be riding in a helicopter. Apparently it's not a plane, it's a helicopter that's going to Gladstone. So I have to say I'm a bit of an A to B flyer when it comes to helicopters. I'm not feeling really confident about it, but anyhow. We've had our prayer at the start, so that's all good. All right, councillors, we go back to the order of proceedings today. We'll probably... Thank you. So, yeah. Councillors, our communities team are in the room. I'll ask our General Manager, John McDougall, to introduce this agenda item 12.1.1, which is Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Action Plan for 22-24. So I'll hand over to you, John.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Arts and culture have been an important role to plan in our community. Have an important role to plan in our community. They contribute to cohesive communities, assist with social and emotional well-being, and enhance the aesthetic appeal of our region. With our Coordinator Arts and Engagement, Katerina Hatzi-Panayotis, away on a well-deserved break. With us today is Suzanne Polter, Manager Connected Communities, and Ruth Hayden, Arts and Cultural Officer, Galleries, to present this report on the draft Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Action Plan 2022-2024 financial years. Over to you, Suzanne. Thank you.
I got the right button there. Yep. Thank you, General Manager McDougall. Through the chair, good morning, councillors. The Central Highlands is home to some diverse communities who value and respect the differences of cultural background, artistic expression and lifestyle, which is reflected and celebrated by the many arts, cultural and heritage groups throughout the region. Council has two strategic documents within the arts, culture, history and heritage areas, and these are the Creative Culture Future Strategy 2016 to 2026 that was adopted by Council on the 24th of October in 2016, and the Heritage Management Framework that was endorsed by Council on the 10th of July in 2018. These two documents inform the draft action plan that's being presented today. So I will now hand you over to Ruth to hear more about the draft Creative Culture Future and Heritage Action Plan, noting the endorsement of the plan will support officers to implement delivery from the 1st of July 2022.
Thank you, Suzanne. Through the chair, the current Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Action Plan expires on the 30th of June 2022. The draft Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Action Plan 2022-2024 is intended to supersede that document. It covers projects and programs scheduled for implementation and action from the 1st of July 2022 to the 30th of June 2024. Items identified by community that were not considered achievable within the action plan have been noted in a separate future aspirations document to inform future planning. A biannual report will be presented to Council advising of progress made on actions. This report presents the draft Creative Cultural Futures and Heritage Action Plan 2022-2024 for Council to consider for endorsement. Can I just ask councillors to turn to page 9 of the action plan for some of the items there don't have targets, which have now been added. If you would like to hear them, we're happy to go through them.
Yep. So through the chair, just for clarification, item 1.1, we've added the target being the due date for us to get the work done of June 2023. And that would be the same for item 1.1, oh, sorry, I need to put my glasses on. Is it 1.1 or 11.1?
1.1.2.
1.2, thank you,
Do you want
team.
my glasses?
No, I don't know if they'd help me. Thank you for your patience with my visual impairment there. And then for item 1.2.1, tenure agreements, the target date is June 2024. Item 1.2.2, the Emerald Arts Precinct, the target date would be June 2023. And item 1.3.1, the former Springshaw Museum works, is an ongoing activity. So apologies that those got missed out when we sent it off to the printer, but it doesn't actually obviously change anything that was already planned. It's just making sure that there's full transparency and that you can note that those timelines are in place, and we will make sure that they're in for when we publish the document, assuming we get endorsement today. So over to councillors for any questions. Thank you.
Yep. We're just moving along here with you because when you're viewing on a screen, you can't split it and follow. So when you're referencing it, we're just trying to catch up with
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right. We get there, getting there, but if you just be patient with us, we'll follow along.
Absolutely.
So if it looks like we're non-responsive, that's all.
No problem. Thank you.
Some people are non-responsive, Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor. Some of the slow people might not be responsive. So once you get to 60, it's sort of you slow down.
Sorry, we did kind of spring that on you.
We just wanted
Councillor
to check
Roll,
if everyone
sorry,
was
go on.
listening.
Don't talk about the old people. Yeah,
With-
go on.
With regard 1.3.1, the Springshaw Hospital, yep. You're saying that there's ongoing implementation of the next phases. Could you have a timeline for a time for a phase to start rather than just saying it's an ongoing? Possible?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. It is something that I would love to be able to be so black and white and specific about, but because it's a heritage building,
Yes.
What we think will happen generally doesn't, and so I'm always hesitant to put in goals if I cannot be sure that they're actually achievable. So what we've got an actual Springshaw Hospital, former Springshaw Hospital Museum conservation plan, which has the prioritised actions of things that we want to address. So we're working through them, I guess, as quickly as the building allows us to, given its foibles. And so that's why we haven't put specific dates on things, because it generally means we can't meet them, which then leads to all sorts of other questions about why we haven't sort of done what we committed to do when it sort of probably wasn't a realistic goal to start with. The heritage buildings are notoriously difficult to give specific dates for, but I would just like to assure councillors that we're working with Steve Wiggins and the facilities team, and that we're doing everything we can to progress them as quickly as we can while respecting the building and doing everything in a very careful, ethical way to make sure that we don't do any damage and conserve the building along the way.
Meanwhile, the building's falling down.
Through the chair, that's the difficult bit, Councillor Rolfe, is you remember this kicked off even before I started, and we've gone to certain stages, and it's the restrictions that are not just on this building but many others as well in a similar state. It is difficult, but yeah, certainly support Suzanne's position and comments.
Councillor Daniel, sorry.
Thank you.
Your microphone was laying low again. Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Just going to page 143, Goal 1.7, stimulate arts and cultural economic development. I know I talk about this all the time, but I was just wondering what was intended under, like a little bit more detail under that goal, because you've just got, apply for RADF. Because I love, art is I guess a hobby, but it also can be a commercial business, and we have such amazing art work that gets produced in this region. I'd love to see more opportunities for the artists to commercialise their work. And I don't know if that's a role we can play or not, but anyway, it's just something that I saw that and I wondered what you were intending under that goal. Thank you.
Oh, I'm happy for you too,
Okay.
thanks.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for that question. So I agree with you, councillor, that it's quite infinite what could fit under this category, and there's a lot more things we could be doing than just applying for our grant funding. I guess starting with the grant funding, when we get that funding each year, it opens up opportunities for our whole region in arts and cultural projects that probably wouldn't happen if we didn't have that funding. So there's a lot of development that happens through that way, and through a lot of community development that goes on through our engagement with communities across the region in development of those projects and supporting them with their aspirations, what they want to be doing in the arts area. A lot of the time that can develop into the territory of potential for, I guess, progress in the commercial sense. Wherever possible, we would be supporting artists and community in their aspirations in that area, but I guess there are some limitations within our own skill set and our own core business of what we can do in that space. And we certainly do liaise with CHDC to support us in supporting artists in that sense when they go into the commercial aspect. Through the galleries, we really have great opportunities for our local artists, and we're always seeking local artists to share their works through our galleries. And we are developing, I'm not sure if you noticed in the document, we are developing in Blackwater and Capella some small spaces so that we can have pop-up exhibitions, and so we can increase the exposure of local artists through those venues. So I think there's more and more exposure for our artists, which then helps them in their aspirations to move ahead commercially. But we're always looking for opportunities, but we're also mindful of, I guess, not overstepping in that we want to make sure what we do well, and that we do all the things we promised community that we said we're going to do. And we focus on those things first, and then I guess the extras are bonus things, and we do get a lot of those things done, but we sort of can't do everything, or we could be to the detriment of our core business. So, yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Moriarty, you've got.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And Suzanne, I wish you were reading my bank account, adding that extra one at the front. But yeah, I just wanted to say, look, congratulations and thank you very much. I just love the images that you've used. It covers our region, it covers a whole range of art, it covers a whole range of demographics, culture and age groups. So thank you very much. And it really makes me proud. I'll be proud to hold this document and give it to anybody, because it really depicts our region. And I just wanted to share a quick story, actually, that it just goes to show, I guess, building on what Councillor Daniels was saying before, that economic aspect, which I was delighted having lunch with the Mayor and Councillor Carpenter and Councillor Brimblecombe at Bluff Hotel last week. It was lovely that some local artists, and through the Blackwater Art Society, had their artwork up on the walls, and it was lovely. I actually purchased one of the paintings, and then the artist, Alice Horsham, I don't think she minds me saying, was also at our community consultation, so I was able to connect there. So it is amazing how, I guess, in very subtle ways, that economic benefit too of local art goes around. But and without the great work and support and volunteers of our region and very talented people, those kind of little subtle opportunities wouldn't be there. But congratulations on all the hard work your team does, and to all the volunteers that are involved, and all our amazing artists and performers everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Soffer.
Thank you. Just some comments. as chair of the CHRC committee, I'd like to thank the team for what they do, but also the committee. We've had a strong focus over the last couple of years on governance and improving our systems, and we continually review that. I think that's a very important aspect of the committee, and it makes life a lot easier for the team when we have good governance structures. But one of the things that really has to be highlighted is we all love art and we all want to grow it in our region, but for this team to actually progress a lot of the projects that are already sitting behind the scenes, particularly in the heritage area, we are not sufficiently resourced to do that through council. If we want to grow this area as a council, we're going to have to, in the future, look very strategically at funding this department sufficiently. In our corporate plan, we have identified a strategy, heritage strategy. That is a big task to do, but doing the strategy is one thing. Within that strategy, we must identify more human resources, or don't identify some of the things that we may wish to do. For me, that is really important, but not just for me, the communities are out there asking, why haven't these projects that were commenced years ago, why haven't they been completed? And some of those are the oral histories, the lone graves register. We just do not have the resources internally to do it. So moving forward, it's very good and well to sit here and say we'd like to progress this, this and this, but we have a responsibility on this side of the team to request sufficient funding for the department. So that will come out, be flushed out when we move towards the strategy, and I just can't emphasise that enough. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Syver. Right. You should be smiling there because there's a threat of someone getting some more resources for you, so. All right.
Through the chair, it's always great to see that our councillors are so supportive and in alignment with our own views. So thank you, councillors.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Suzanne. The recommendation there is that obviously you endorse that Heritage Action Plan for the 22-24 financial year. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Syver, seconded Councillor Moriarty. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Oh, so I'm nearly going to put you down the other column. No, thank you, councillors, and thank you, Ruth, and thank you, Suzanne. Yep. Councillors, if you don't mind, just for a moment, I might take my leave now. I've just had a call from the conveyance. I might have thought about this a little bit more if I'd have known this earlier, but anyhow, look, it's I'm heading there. So the meeting is in Gladstone today with invited guests for the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. Sean Dillon, the Mayor of Barcaldine Regional Council, is en route at the moment in the R44, so I'll be meeting him at the airport here. And Lisa Caffrey, who most of you would know, Lisa's travelling down there with us as well today. So there's an opportunity to meet with just some members of the Cabinet in relation to some projects I guess this region are involved in. So hopefully we get that opportunity. So look, Councillor Deputy Mayor Christine will take over for the rest of the day. As I said, I'm a bit of a late apology there, but certainly I'll keep you updated on any progress we make, certainly in Gladstone. So thank you very much. And look, just as a bit of belatedly to let you know, thank you very much for all your kind wishes yesterday, everyone. I appreciate that very much. So, all right, I'll hand over to Councillor Rolfe, and now the chair sufficiently warm.
Cheers. Oh no. Just a moment, folks. I just need to get. So we go to item 12.2, corporate services, and the first one is 12.2.1. budget review. And I hand over to Margaret. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Again, good morning, councillors. I'll just hand straight over to our Acting Manager Finance, Helen, to take us through budget review 4. Thanks, Helen.
Thank you, Marg, and through the chair. Good morning, councillors. The last review of the original adopted budget for 21-22 was adopted on the 13th of April 22, which was the third review undertaken for the financial year. As part of that review, a surplus of $233,000 was adopted and a capital works program of approximately $65 million. This report presents the fourth and final budget review for the current financial year. This process involved all business areas of council providing detailed submissions for all requested amendments from the previously adopted budget review position. These combined submissions have resulted in an operating position of $1.04 million being adopted for the year ended the 30th of June 22. This represents a net increase of $816,000 to the budget review position. The key drivers of this result are an increase in general rates revenue of $2.8 million, plus an increase in the prepayment of the amount of the financial assistance grant of $2.1 million. These increases were offset by these increases in revenue were offset by an increase in materials and services expenditure of $2.026 million and a $3.7 million decrease in budgeted water consumption revenue for the financial year. The budget review for process has revised the capital program for the current financial year downwards by $3.75 million to $61.253 million. This is due mainly to new capital approvals of $205,000, $2.3 million in increased funding for existing projects, and $6.27 million of projects no longer requiring funding. As a result of the budget review for amendments to the operating and capital budgets, Council's long-term financial plan has been updated. The three key measures of sustainability that Council is required to report on in accordance with the local government legislation indicate that Council's budgeted financial performance and position is sound for the life of the 10-year forecast period to 2031. This is based on current assumptions and assessment of known risk. While known financial adjustments have been accounted for as part of this final budget review for the 2022 financial year, there may be additional impacts still to be determined as part of the end-of-year financial statement preparation and audit process. On this basis, a recommendation is made in accordance with sections 169 and 170 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 that Council adopt the amendments to the current budget.
Thank you. Thanks, Helen. Questions, comments? Councillor Moriarty.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, General Manager. Just wanted to ask, now just to clarify that on page 162, for background, just to make sure that I've got this right, that it's referred to a couple of times there, but in the sentence, original budget 2021-22, original 2021-22 budget, etc., it said surplus of $2.332 million and a capital works program of $59.864 million. So I just wanted to clarify that that and capital works, that's over and above the 2.3 million, or it's inclusive of, and or is that also referred to as the capex?
Through the chair, Councillor Moriarty, the operating Sorry. The operating surplus is that, it's operating, it's our statement of comprehensive income. Your capital is a different amount, but when we consider our overall position as council, you do look at both of those factors together. That's probably not a technical accounting treatment response, but I hope that explains it, maybe?
Yeah, almost. So I suppose what I'm saying is the capital works program included in the 2.332 million, or is it over and above?
I'm happy to let Helen explain from a technical perspective.
No, it is different. So the original adopted budget of $2.332 million was related to operating income and expenses, whereas the capital program sits outside the operating statement, I guess, or your statement of comprehensive income, so it sits on your balance sheet. So it's still cash, we're still funding that, it's still an expense.
And good, thank you very much. And probably part of that is because it's external, a lot of that's external funding, is that the reason?
Councillor Murray, external funding for the capital, is that what you're saying? No, not necessarily. It's a combination of, we definitely use a combination of income that we derive from generating rates that obviously goes, so that's from our general fund, and that goes into our cash, and that is used along with loans and also with grant funding. That's generally the way how we fund our capital program.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. And my only other question...
Might I just add to that?
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Sorry. Thank you.
So the distinction, just to answer the question in my way, they're completely different things. So operating expenditure and revenue relates to things like services and staff, whereas capital, whether it's grants, revenue or expenditure, relates to building things, purchasing things. So they're completely different. So the surplus is simply if you take your operating type expenses and your operating type revenue and you minus one from the other, you've either got a deficit or a surplus. More revenue coming in than expenditure going out means you've got a surplus. That's what the $2.332 million was. Yep. More revenue budgeted to come in than expenses to go out for operating services and staff and so on. Yeah. And then the capital is just simply the planned expenditure for the capital program at the start of the year was $59 million. That's how much total value of works we were planning, capital purchases and acquisitions and building projects we were planning to deliver. So they're just two completely different things, and I'm really happy to sit down with you at any point if you want further
thank you. And I do ask those questions all the time. Okay. Sorry, thank you very much. And I do get that. I just was wondering why it was separate, I guess, and just wanted to clarify as well. Sorry, because I know it took me a long time to work out that there's operational expenditure and capital expenditure, and then the overall operating budget. So that's why I was just wondering why it was pulled out separate. That's from my little way of putting it all together.
Through the chair, sorry, Councillor Daniels, I know you're there. Just quickly, when you're asking why we do report on it separately, we actually are required by the Act and the regulation to report on those separately, and that's why we also have those 6 statements that go along with it. So we're regulated to report on it as 2 separate figures.
Awesome.
As well.
Thank you very much. I'm learning every day. And my only other question then was, I noted on page 163, there's a list of dot points there, and again over in the key budget changes for BR4, just to clarify in my mind, what does RPC revenue stand for?
Through the chair, the RPC stands for Road Performance Contract, so that's a contract we enter with Transport and Main Roads for construction. It differs from MPC, which is our maintenance program on state-controlled roads.
Awesome, thank you very much.
Councillor Daniels.
Thank you very much, and thank you. And I see just probably a comment like the increase in materials and services of of 2 million is obviously indicative of what's happening for everyone, for all businesses. Just a quick question around increase in operational grants revenue, so the prepayment of the financial assistance grants from the Commonwealth. So it's moved from 50% to 75%. Is there any indication around why and whether that will be the trend for next year as well? So obviously that not knowing when money is coming in it makes it hard for us to have a really firm bottom line, I guess, on our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daniels. We have been communicating with our fellow local government areas, between our CEO and other CEOs, and also between Helen and myself, with other I suppose, financial experts and advisors in the local government sector, including reaching out to the LGAQ, but also through to the department and the Grants Commission to seek some confirmation or further information, transparency around whether that 75% will be an ongoing trend, or whether it would be 50%, or whether it's and so as at this point in time, Councillor Daniels, we actually don't know. What we have in our long-term financial plan, which those budget papers for next year's budget adoption will be released to you very soon for consideration, in time for the adoption on the 28th. We do put a very heavy, well, not heavy, that's probably not the right language. We put a very specific caveat, or almost like a disclaimer, in our budget documents that we'll be presenting to you to say, at this point in time, we only know what we have this year, which is 75%. We can make a optimistic assumption that that is what will continue to happen, or we could, council may decide that we have a more conservative option and don't adopt a 75% assumption. But that will be in our deliberations for our budget in a couple of weeks. Yeah, you're welcome.
Through the chair, it would be fair to say there's quite some frustration amongst CEOs in the sector of not being able to find out that information. It makes budgeting very difficult. The difference between an assumption of 75% prepayment next year and 50% prepayment next year is, for us, $3.4 million. So it makes a very big difference to our budget, and we can't get the answer. So it has to be an assumption regardless.
Thank you, Helen. There's no other questions. So the officer recommendation there, my computer has just died. I'll throw that away and go to the papers. No, it's right. No? So the officer recommendation that Central Highlands Regional Council, in accordance with section 169 and 170 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, adopt the amendments to the budget, including number 1, statement of comprehensive, no, it's not, it's charged up, it just froze, sorry, Jim. Statement of comprehensive income, measures of financial sustainability, statement of financial position, statement of cash flows, statement of changes in equity, and the capital program 2021 to 2022. Does somebody move those? Councillor Burns, seconded Councillor Brimblecombe. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. Thank you, Helen. Thank you.
I've got the next one as well.
So, GM Marg did inform us that we had a lot of, thank you, a lot of sections today. So the next one we go to is 12.2.3, which is actually the corporate plan 22-27. Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And again, I won't keep saying good morning, councillors. I'll, again, with the previous report, I will hand over, very excitedly actually, to get Maggie to our Manager Governance to take us through this report. We'll hopefully adopt the corporate plan for 22-27. Thank you, Maggie.
Good morning. Thank you, General Manager Gatt. Through the Chair, good morning, Mayor and councillors. The report before you today is to present for adoption the Central Highlands Regional Council Corporate Plan 2022 to 2027. I will take the report as read. With Council's current corporate plan for 2017 to 2022 due to expire on the 30th of June 2022, Council commenced a process in early 2021 to develop a new 5-year corporate plan. Thank you. Thanks, Mark. This has involved various external and internal consultation activities, including face-to-face, virtual activities and surveys facilitated by consultants from Roland, and has also involved extensive engagement through workshops and group sessions held with Council's executive leadership team and management team, these being facilitated by Helen Skippen from Prominence Consulting. As a result of these activities, a draft corporate plan for 2022-2027 was developed, and it was approved by Council on the 13th of April 2022 for it to be undertaken through a 4-week public exhibition period being the 13th of April to the 13th of May 2022. During the public exhibition period, various communication, consultation and promotional activities occurred across the region. A key component was the consultation survey hosted on Have Your Say Central Highlands website. Promotion of the survey occurred through media release, social media, radio advertising, numerous emails via council networks, at community events and at our local libraries. Internally, the draft corporate plan was promoted on Council's intranet and at Chief Executive Officer, Executive and Management forums and meetings. We also introduced a dedicated corporate plan email address, which also encouraged people to provide any other feedback as they may feel necessary. Some of the key statistics from the survey are found in the report today on page 181. It is important to highlight they were in excess of 400 visits to the web page and over 150 document downloads from Council's website. Council received 37 survey responses, as well as some additional information submitted via our email responses on our dedicated email address. Through the consultation process, Council has received a significant number of positive comments indicating strong support for the content of the draft corporate plan. This is also demonstrated by the results of the respondents' rating of the level of importance of the long-term destination goals, which are presented on page 182 of Council's papers. Council has considered the feedback on the content of the draft corporate plan at its Strategic and Briefing Forum on the 24th of May 2022. As a result, an updated draft corporate plan is presented for adoption at the General Council meeting today. Council notes that while most of the feedback was very positive and complimentary, there were a small number of adverse comments, some of which were not relevant to the actual content of the corporate plan, and some of which are unfortunately not the responsibility of Council. However, those comments have been noted and will be responded to where possible, where we have actually the names of people who provided their identifier. Council wishes to acknowledge the feedback received from community during the public exhibition period, and it is proposed that upon adoption of Council's corporate plan, a statement of appreciation will be posted on Council's website, recognising and thanking community for their feedback. As mentioned, where we can respond individually to those who provided feedback, we intend to do that. This is the end of my report, and I'm happy to take any questions that councillors may have. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad you acknowledged the community and having providing that feedback. I think it's always obviously what we're trying to do is produce a document that's reflective of the community spirit and desires for the future. I guess probably would you be able to just highlight in general the changes from what the community would have seen as a draft and where it's come to now, like where those changes are, just for the, I guess, for the public?
There has been some slight, through the Chair, there have been some changes to a couple of the images, one in particular, because of a requirement that we need to ensure that we have appropriate consent in place.
Yeah, okay.
So, and then also there were some typographical errors within the document, so they have also been corrected. We've also had another review of the mapping exercise that was done, which is on the plan on a page. There have been a couple of changes to that as well.
Okay. So,
So
I was
in-
going to say nothing in the community's response was sort of significant.
Insignificant change, no.
No,
Other than, I will, if I could add, there is a few items in the feedback which we are looking at the operational level that we can go back to community in terms of some of the requests.
Yeah. Okay. That's wonderful.
Yes, so we will be responding to those that have provided feedback.
Thank you.
Specifically.
And then going to the summary table on page 182 of our agendas, it's sort of where there's a spread of feelings, it's around that digital futures and low carbon future and climate change. And I could expect that because they're sort of, they are aspirational, and some of the outcomes are still unknown for those areas as well. I could imagine there would be a varied opinion across the community for those. Thank you.
Yes, and could I add through the chair that in relation to some of the feedback that we received, it was actually also reinforcing that some of those goals and the strategies are on track. So, for example, particularly around the net zero, goal 7, and particularly around goal 1 and 2, there was a lot of commentary which actually was just reinforcing the good work that Council was proposing in those particular goals.
I think that just looking at the numbers on that last one that you're talking about, Councillor Daniels, is that the strongly agree and somewhat agree does outweigh the concerns on that particular one. So we are heading in the right direction, aren't we? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. I was glad that you mentioned about bringing in the external consultants. I was just wondering, in the end, how much was the cost for the external consultants that were used in the process? Was it around the...
We'll need to take that question on notice. I don't have that information on me.
Yeah,
sorry,
I
Councillor
think
Moriarty.
previously, I think one was 120 and 80,000. Okay.
Notice.
Good. Thank you very much. And just to make sure that, just to make sure that people know that this is an internal, it's council's business plan really for the next 5 years. That's quite high level. So I just wanted to make sure and emphasise that, and make sure and emphasise that that it is called a corporate performance and planning and reporting framework in the corporate plan, I think I've said all I needed to say previously on the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. No more comments, questions? So the Office of Recommendation there is that Central Highlands Regional Council adopt the Central Highlands Regional Council Corporate Plan, 2022 to 2027. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Carpenter, seconded Councillor Cypher. All in favour? Against? Do you want that recorded? Thank you. It's carried. So the next item is 12.2.4, councillor acceptable request guidelines. Thank you again.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll hand straight over to our councillors, hand straight over to our manager, Maggie, to take us through this. And again, hopefully we will have a decision on this today after quite an extensive engagement process and workshopping around this. Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, General Manager Gatt. Through the Chair, good morning again, Mayor and councillors. The purpose of this report is to present to Council the Councillor Acceptable Request Guidelines, policy number CHRCP 0043, for adoption. The report also asks that Council notes the guidelines for administrative support to councillors for engagement activities, which is CHRC AG 0037, which will be later approved by the Chief Executive Officer post the meeting today. With regards to these guidelines for administrative support, I firstly wish to draw councillors' attention to the listing of administrative support officers on page 211 of your papers and advise that a role has been inadvertently not included in this listing. That is under Community Consultation and Events, and the role is of Coordinator Area Officer Springshaw Rollston. This has now been corrected, and I apologise for this error. That role was included with regards to the work camp, but was omitted by an oversight with relation to community consultation and events. Both the Councillor Acceptable Request Guidelines and the Guidelines for Administrative Support to Councillors have been considered and workshopped with councillors, most recently at the Strategic Briefing Forum on the 8th of March and the Policy Review Workshop on the 12th of May 2022. I'll firstly talk to the Councillor Acceptable Request Guidelines. The purpose of the Councillor Acceptable Request Guidelines, as provided for in the Local Government Act 2009 under Section 170A, is to provide guidance about the way in which councillors can request information or advice from council officers in order to assist the councillor in carrying out their responsibilities. These guidelines provide reference to the relevant legislation and details which include and which explain to which council officers requests for information and advice may be directed to and what information must accompany that request. The limits placed on requests for information and also what the information can be used for. It also explains the expectation on local government employees to provide accurate and impartial advice or information and respond within a reasonable timeframe. The guidelines also ensure that the consequences for both councillors and employees for breaching these guidelines is also clearly stated. Importantly, when considering giving directions to local government staff from councillors, it is important to note that under the legislation, the Mayor may give a direction to the Chief Executive Officer. This is covered under Section 171 of the legislation. However, the legislation under Section 173 also states that no councillor, including the Mayor, may give a direction to any other local government employee except in accordance with guidelines made under the provision of administrative support. The legislation further states that the contravention of this section is misconduct that could result in disciplinary action taken against the councillor. To minimise the potential for contravening the provisions of the legislation, it is proposed that Council implement guidelines for administrative support that will be provided to councillors. This is support provided by current council administrative staff and which is allowed for under the legislation. This is considered important, recognising that councillors are actively involved in council activities such as community engagement and committees, and often working closely with council staff to assist them in carrying out their responsibilities. The administrative support guidelines, as I've said, may be made by the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with the legislation under Section 170AA of the Local Government Act. Specifically, the administrative support guidelines to council that support councillors is to provide clarity as to when a councillor may give a direction to a council officer to provide administrative support, the nominated roles within council which provide the administrative support as an attachment in the document, and the process councillors may use to request that an alternative council officer provide them with administrative support. This is the end of my report, and I am pleased to take any questions that councillors may have. Councillor Sullivan?
Thank you. Could you just repeat for me what you said about the area officers in Springshaw and Rollston, please?
Yes, so in the guidelines, the administrative support guidelines, we have listed the administrative support officers that may be able to be directed by council.
Could you just can you just point me to that page number, please, where that's documented?
Yes. I've got that on page 211 of council papers. Is that the correct number?
Yeah,
perhaps I may have quoted the incorrect number.
211.
Yes, it's so in the list on 211, there's a a reference to administrative support officers in the definitions there. And in the right-hand side, where the first section is in relation to community reference groups, the second is in relation to community consultation and events. What we have omitted to include in that section is the coordinator area office Springshaw/Ralston. So there's one area officer missing from that group of staff.
Okay, thank you. I just found it now. That's okay. I just wanted to make sure the coordinator from the other regional areas were there as well, because if we can't talk to our area officers, it's a pretty sad organisation.
It was just the omission of that one area.
Right. Thank you.
The others were included, so thank you for that. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a comment, really. Again, these guidelines took quite a bit of to and fro, and again, you know, just because things are legislated doesn't mean to say it's best practice or going to work for an organisation, a government or local government. So, yeah, just wanted to say thank you to everybody as well. And all you can do is do your best to get these down pat, and then you know, just keep reviewing them as they go through to make sure it's workable and everyone is protected, I guess. Okay, thank you very much. It was just a comment. I wanted to say thank you to everyone.
Thanks, Councillor Moriarty. On the screen. So if we can just have a look at on the screen, the resolution is to adopt the council accepted request guidelines, and then notes the guidelines for administrative support to councillors for engagement activities, which are to be approved by the Chief Executive Officer, subject to minor amendment to include an administrative support officer role in relation to community consultations and events, title being Coordinator Area Officer Springshaw/Ralston. So that has got the... So that's the officer recommendation. Can we have somebody move that, please? Councillor Cypher, seconded Councillor Carpenter. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, officers. So, Mrs. CEO, do we have time to do one more before we go to morning tea in the gallery? I think so. Yes. So the next one is the quarterly policy review. Thank you again.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Councillors, you'll be familiar with these quarterly reports that come to you. The one before us today is for the Office of the CEO, Customer and Commercial Services and other corporate policies. As according to our policy review framework, we will propose policies here today that have no proposed changes. We'll also seek for your consideration and adoption policies that have minor changes, and then also there will be some policies proposed today that will have some major changes as well. And these have all been workshopped with the relevant areas within council and also with councillors. So I'll just hand over to Maggie to take us through the detail. Thanks, Maggie.
Thank you, General Manager Gatt. Through the Chair, good morning once again, Mayor and councillors. As has been indicated, the purpose of this report is to present proposed changes to policies from the Office of the Chief Executive Officer, Customer and Commercial Services and other identified corporate policies for Council's consideration and adoption. The process has been in accordance with the framework that is approved within Council, and that these policies be reviewed on an annual basis. These policies, as indicated, has been workshopped with councillors at policy review workshops in March and May 2022, and one policy that was actually workshopped in late 2021 and is coming forward today for finalisation. There are 4 policies with no changes, 4 policies with minor changes, and 4 policies with some major changes. In relation to those policies with the changes, the details and justification for the changes are presented in the report. It'll be noted that most of the changes are the result of either corrections in terms of updating them regarding legislation or refining them in terms of language for consistency. There's also some wording that's been removed to simplify the reading of the documents, and also to make it clear what obligations there are, both in terms of council as well as individual staff, particularly in some of those safety-related policies and information management and other policies that are presented here today. As we work through each of those policies, if I touch on the major changes that have been made to those, there's 5 policies there with related to major changes. I just wish to reaffirm that these are certainly, from an information management policy perspective and the related party disclosure policy perspective, this is to provide more clarity in regards to the legislation and the compliance requirements. In regards to the Councillor Strategic and Briefing Forum and Councillor Workshops policy, this has been updated to capture more transparently, more clearly, the reference to workshops. There was certainly a reference around strategic and briefing forums and how they're managed, but we wish to provide a bit more clarity that this policy also applies to councillor workshops. So it's been updated just to include reference to that and acknowledge that referencing for the process through which workshops occur. The other councillor contact with lobbyists and developers and submitters policy, it's also been made clearer to ensure that it's clear about dealings with potential developers and lobbyists and what information needs to be captured from those dealings. And if I recall at the workshop we had on this particular item, it was also to be clear that councillors in their role as representing their constituents are not considered lobbyists. So I just wish to make that point clear because it was a point that was raised at the workshop. I'll close, and that will be the end of my report. I'm happy and pleased to take any questions council may have on those policies. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. Just in reference to the policy for councillor strategic briefing forums and councillor workshops, I guess one of the questions I had was, it's just for clarity really, that where it's really referred to, where you've referred to strategic and briefing forum, that in all references should be and workshops.
Can I just ask which one?
Oh, okay, sorry. Point on page 260, 260. I know that 8.4, where it says the CEO will review submitted items from councillors and determine if it is to be included on the agenda. If the item is not included on the agenda, the CEO will advise the relevant councillor as to the reasons why the item has not been included in the agenda at least 5 working days before the strategic briefing forum or workshop is scheduled.
It's a good point. We need to clarify that. We'll add that it is for workshops as well.
Yeah,
that is the
cool.
intent.
Yeah, and it's in a couple of spots there to manager. So in the 8.8, where in brackets, due to urgency or timing of availability of information, no report or agenda has been circulated prior to a strategic and briefing forum, and I don't know if it's appropriate there, but sometimes with reference to urgency, the responsible general manager or the CEO shall distribute through the CHRC hub to all councillors.
Sorry, Councillor Moriarty, that last one, what item number was that one?
8.8. Do you mean to have? Yeah, I just.
Can I take those on notice, Councillor Moriarty?
That's fine.
And clarifies.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're right.
Comment, please.
Yeah, so I guess the strategic and briefing forum is a little bit more formal than council workshops. So in relation to 8.4, Maggie, I thought that was specifically to relate to the strategic and briefing forums. I can consider whether that will work feasibly and practically for workshops as well, but I think I need to consider that.
Yeah.
So my suggestion for this one, while councillors undertook the normal process to review all of these policies that are included today, I think we need to take an opportunity next time round or in the near future to have another look at this one. So that item 8.0 overall in relation to meeting procedures for strategic and briefing forums and for workshops, because they are a little bit different to each other, and I think we can probably be a little bit clearer in this document. So if that's okay, rather than take the response of the manager governance, that a blanket rule of, or a blanket understanding that all references to strategic and briefing forum should be and workshops, I'd like to actually withdraw that and take that on notice, and we'll review this together. I think we'll come together with councillors and have another look at this policy ahead of some training that is planned in August in relation to standing orders and meeting procedures for strategic and briefing forum and workshops. I think that would be worthwhile to do. There's just been a few questions like that, and some other questions from officers as well. I think we can do a bit more work. So I think it's fine to adopt the changes from the regular quarterly review, but note that note verbally, not for the minutes, that we'll come back again and review this one in the not too distant future.
Thank you, Madam CEO. And I think the other one was, my other question was around the 8.11 minutes of matters canvassed at strategic and briefing forums and workshops will not be recorded as forums are informal meetings and no decisions are taken. However, the CEO may prepare a record of matters canvassed at each strategic briefing forum or workshop and may present the record to a meeting of council which is convened subsequent to the strategic briefing forum or workshop. And given the references to confidentiality underneath that, that's probably something that will also come up in that training.
So that's 8.11?
8.11, yeah, on the next page, 2.61. So I think that you've just answered if we're going to be looking at it in the future, so thank you.
So we're not making amendments, we're just as they are, and okay. So
that's
the
recommendation.
Yeah, sure. So no further questions. Thanks, Maggie. The officer recommendation then is to adopt the following. Do you want me to read them all out again? I can. Adopt the following policies which have no proposed changes: fire safety, fitness for work policy, work health and safety policy, community housing notifications. Adopt the following policies which have minor proposed changes: electrical safety policy, no smoking policy, workplace rehabilitation policy, long-term community housing, rent management policy. And adopt the following policies which have major proposed changes: information management policy, related party disclosure policy, councillor strategic and briefing forum and councillor workshop policy, and councillor contact with lobbyists, developers and submitters policy.
So, through the chair, are we not removing C to work on that again?
No, CEO.
My recommendation, it's up to councillors, but my recommendation is that the policy as it stands is accurate. That's as far as it goes. It could go further, and if we want to go further or make further alterations, we can always review that again, and I'm suggesting that we do. But it's not inaccurate as is. If councillors choose not to adopt it with those minor changes that had already happened via workshopping, well then the policy from before would stand. So it's not inaccurate as is. It's just noting we'll go.
So my concern then is that it's going to be 12 months before this policy will come to review again. So I'd prefer it to be taken out to be reviewed before we adopt it. Otherwise, you don't adopt policies every week you don't review policies every week. So if there's changes that need to be made in that beyond what was done at the workshop, which Councillor Moriarty has raised, I think it should be removed and then brought back after it's been worked on again. Otherwise, it's going to be too long to bring it back.
A response from...
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Can I make a suggestion, Councillor Cypher, that whilst we actually have a schedule, it doesn't mean that that schedule is fixed in stone. If we did adopt it today, we could actually bring it forward into the next policy review workshops, which would happen within a quarter. That's just my suggestion.
I'm actually recommending that we review it prior to the scheduled August refresher training of councillors around standing orders and the policy. So it's actually quite soon. It doesn't have to wait 12 months, in other words.
So then, with respect, I would like that to be separated out from the rest, because I'm not voting to support that when we're going to review it then in a couple of weeks' time. Why would you logically do that? Why wouldn't you just remove it totally out of this recommendation, or separate it so those of us who wish to vote against that can, and vote for the others we wish to vote for?
It can be done either way. It's much of a muchness, but just to be clear, that means that the formally adopted policy will remain in place until the new review happens. That's fine.
So I'd like to propose an amendment to that recommendation to remove C from there and only vote on the other policies.
Okay. So there, the third one there is adopt the following policies which have major proposed changes: the information management policy, the related parties disclosure policy, and the councillor contact with lobbyists, developers and submitters policy. So that's part of the resolution, the officer recommendation. Those three. So if somebody move that, Councillor Cypher moved, seconded Councillor Moriarty. All those in favour? Those, it's carried. Thank you. Now, the one that's removed. And the resolution is that we we adopt the following policies which have major proposed changes: and councillor strategic and briefing forum and councillor workshops policy. So can I have a move for that resolution, please? Councillor Carpenter. It's a removal of...
It's just not for adoption at this time. You can add the words in and to be reviewed prior to August, or if you like. I think we understood that it's just to be removed entirely from the list, and it's not to be adopted today. Just a misunderstanding. So the recommendation stands, but the list of documents to be adopted as part of that recommendation now has the item removed.
So we removed that item and accepted that resolution.
Yeah, so there's, sorry, through the chair, there's a resolution there. Originally, the recommendation, we had it to adopt. In the resolution, we took it out. Sorry, I misinterpreted Councillor Cypher. I thought that you wanted to vote on the other one separately, so that's why I had that second resolution there.
There was two requests. If you weren't removing it totally, I wanted to separate it so that I could vote against it.
Yeah.
So now you've got a resolution up there that has a mover and a seconder, and we now just have to vote on it.
No, you've already voted on it.
You voted on that one. You voted on that one to accept all those policies. Yeah. So the next resolution.
There's no next resolution. There's no next resolution.
No, rightio. So it's just removed.
Yep. So the adoption is only of the list without those.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
That one.
So So thank you, Meg. Thank you. So councillors, there is a morning tea in the gallery this morning. We will adjourn now for, is it 15, 20 minutes? Until 11 o'clock.
25 minutes.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and good morning, councillors. I'll take the report as read with regard to the Central Highlands Housing Company and provide the following information. So the Central Highlands Housing Company Limited Constitution allows council as a permanent member of the council to attend and vote at a general meeting of the company. Council's delegation as company members nominee was given on the 11th of November 2020 to the role of the General Manager, Customer and Commercial Services. With the impending retirement of this General Manager and the organisational structural change proposed, it is recommended that the existing delegation be revoked from the 30th of June 2022. As the Chief Executive Officer is not a member of the company board and there is no conflict of interest in this regard, it is recommended that the council company membership nominee delegation be given to the CEO, given to the council's Chief Executive Officer, and that this delegation be effective from the 30th of June 2022. The recommendation in the report before council today proposes these changes to the company members nominee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Moriarty.
I know I was said about a conflict of interest before, but this is just a general comment, if that's all right, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say it's probably an opportune time to also thank our outgoing General Manager for her contribution with the Affordable Housing Company over the time you've been working with us. So thank you as well.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty.
That was a very short thank you. Thank you. No other comments? So the officer recommendation there is Central Highlands Regional Council appoints its Chief Executive Officer as the delegate, company's member nominee, Central Highlands Queensland Housing Company Limited, effective 30th of June 2022. And number 2, revoke the delegation to the General Manager, Customer and Commercial Services as the delegate company members nominee for the Central Highlands Queensland Housing Company Limited as at 30 June 2022. Mover for that, please. Councillor Carpenter, second Councillor Burns. All those in favour? Recommendation carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll go to the next one, which is 12.3.2, record of proceedings of the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meeting 9th of May 2022.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and good morning, Deputy Mayor and councillors. The report before you, councillors, is the record of proceedings of the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meeting, which was held on the 9th of May. I was expecting the manager of airport to be here, but
yes,
probably on his way. So I'm happy to take the report as read, and happy to answer any questions that councillors may have in regards to the minutes, or perhaps a member of the Airport Advisory Committee who is in attendance might have some comment also.
I saw Solomon earlier on.
So, sorry, Deputy Mayor, thank you, Marnie. Just also to highlight that not only is the recommendation before you this morning, councillors, in regards to the record of proceedings, but also with the resignation of Mrs. Wendy McFarlane from the Advisory Committee. We're taking this opportunity while this report is before council, rather than preparing a separate report, that we're seeking council's acceptance of the nomination of Mrs. Bernadine Frawley as a local business representative in place of Mrs. McFarlane on the committee. And with the manager of airport in attendance, I might hand over him to just speak to the highlights of the advisory committee meeting, Solomon, on the 9th of May. Thank you.
Good morning to the Chair, councillors and colleagues. As Michelle alluded, the item this morning asked council to receive the record of proceedings. from the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meeting held on the 9th of May. The item furthermore requests Council to endorse the nomination of a new member, as the General Manager noted, in order to replace a recent resignation from the committee. I propose, with the indulgence of the Chair, to discuss the minutes first and then perhaps take questions regarding that, then subsequently move to the replacement of the committee member. Council may recall that the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meets quarterly under the terms of reference that Council adopted. As usual, the discussion was quite varied, covering a wide spread of current and future matters, such as especially freight, as well as recent market announcements of Qantas taking over Alliance, and that of course will have specific implications for our routes. The minutes is attached, and I'll take them as read, but I'm happy to take any specific questions, especially around some of the strategic issues discussed.
Councillor Moriarty.
Oh, thank you very much. I did note in the minutes about Qantas. I thought it was potentially taking over Alliance, so you're clarifying that it is?
Yeah, it's potentially, they do seem to be moving pretty hard on it, but there is a number of like ACCC things that they should, gates that they must cross still, and there's also the shareholders that they must cross. The important bit for us is that we've got two carriers. We've got basically Virgin Australia, the new version, Virgin 2.0, as well as Qantas. Virgin is operated under contract by Alliance. So should Qantas take over Alliance, Virgin into Emerald will no longer have any aircraft. Therefore, we will become a Qantas-only port. So that is the strategic difficulty for us, and we're not alone in that. There's many other ports that have a similar issue. So effectively, this might wipe out for us, as well as for other regional airports, the second market that they have. And it was a very good discussion from the advisory committee around that issue. So once the way the process works, Councillor, is that once from a corporate action point of view, Qantas is moving forward with this, we will have a period, and we are advocating in the back so that we do have a period, not just Emerald Airport, but all regional airports, to comment, especially to organisations or to bodies like the ACCC that has to authorise these things, these size corporate takeovers that make sure that they are in the public best interest. And we certainly hope that Council will have the opportunity at that point to make a few points, if it does want to do so, to advise the regulators on whether the possible outcomes, I guess, of such a corporate action for our ports.
Yeah, thank you very much for elaborating on that. And I think most of us have been here before there was the two airlines as well. So, yeah, thank you very much for advocating as well. Like you say, there might be an opportunity for Council to be more involved there as well. So thank you. My question was related to the third dot point on page 286, which refers to, recently it was reported that items have been stolen from vehicles in the long-term car park. The Queensland Police Service is investigating the case. This was a single incident. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, because you have your 24 hour, 7 days a week security, so and I just wanted to say I was glad it was a one-off as well. So not that that's good for the person that was that incident happened to.
Well, in the interest of full disclosure, at the time of writing, that was correct. So we've had subsequent incidents, and the vehicle was actually removed from the car park a few weeks ago. So we have had, in the last probably 3 months, we've had 3 incidents. Some of them less serious, and of course the most serious was the vehicle that was taken. The police were on site, and we could definitely helped them with their investigation. At that time, they had a fair idea of who it was. The one suspect, unfortunately, we understand from the police, have passed away. The others are, at that point, were known to them. So we have not had additional incidents yet. These people are professionals at what they do. I can say, as an example, that we can see that our security services have stopped them twice without our security services actually knowing. When you know what they do, you go back, you can see these things. So we are having an effect. We are looking, as an example, at infrared lighting to help out the CCTV, especially at the various points where they seem to be going past. So we'll keep council informed as to how that goes. Currently, we're hoping that it's stopped now that the police have got the data that they need.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll move on to the second issue in there, and that was subsequent to receiving the resignation of one of our committee members. Unfortunately, the committee asked for public expressions of interest. The committee approached not only the market through Facebook and ad in the newspaper, they also contacted the people that previously, when we had our previous process, indicated that they were interested. From these, the committee is recommending Mrs. Bernadine Fawley as the local business representative to the committee, and commend her to council to adopt. Ms. Fawley is a local business partner. She's a resident of Emerald. She holds a master's in applied finance degree and a real estate salesman's license. The committee noted her broad experience and as such commend her to council. I'm happy to take additional questions on that also.
No further questions. Thank you, Solomon. So that's for that item. The officer recommendation is that we receive the record of proceedings of the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee meeting held on 9th of May 2022, and that we endorse the following stakeholder representative replacement on the Emerald Airport Advisory Committee. Accept the resignation of Mrs. Wendy McFarlane, local business representative outside of airport, and accept the nomination of Mrs. Bernadine Frawley as the local business representative outside of airport. I have a mover for that motion. Councillor Daniels, and second to Councillor Burns. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. And congratulations to Bernadine Frawley on becoming member of that Airport Advisory Committee. Michelle, I'll pass to you again.
Thank you. Councillors, the next report before you is in regards to the Emerald Airport Annual Performance Plan for the financial year ending 2023. Councillors will recall previously the adoption of a strategic business plan for the commercial businesses, and this is an action from that piece of work. And I'll hand over to Solomon to speak to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jean. Council's commercial businesses have in place business strategic plans, and council may recall some of the details of those. One of the requirements of those plans are that, in the case for the airport, as an example, we have to submit annually an annual performance plan for the next financial year. We endeavour to do that whilst this financial year is still going. We did that last year for the first time, and we are planning, as soon as the financial year ends, to come back to council with an annual business report to compare what we planned for and what we actually managed to achieve this year. So As soon as financial year is done and we have the numbers, we will come back to council with that. The same is true for this plan that I'm about to propose to put to council. We will report to council at the end of the next financial year on this plan. Moving to the plan itself, the biggest two changes we anticipate next year would be to see whether the market will come back after COVID is done and the restrictions are lifted, or are we at a new normal? And then, of course, what makes that a little bit more difficult even is the fact that now we have a fairly hot economy with interest rates rising and most likely to rise more. The reason why that is important for us is that a substantial portion of our passengers actually fly with discretionary income. So even though the resources, and even if we have a good season, the farming community might be doing very well, we've got a significant, probably about 35 to 40% of people that seem to fly with discretionary income. So it's we try to work around those, and that this is the plan that we've come up with. These things are unknown, I guess, and we do have the capability to, like in prior years, not this financial year, but the year before, council may remember we came to council probably 2 or 3 times during the year when our predictions compared with reality as COVID deteriorated. So these plans do not have to be in stone, but we're going to try our hardest anyway. Moving to the table, there's a page 296, and I think it's page 3 of our report, but in council's documents, it's page 296. There's a table in there, and that is, I guess, where the substantive planning points actually start. Our current debtor and creditor ratio is the first one up there. So without Virgin, our the days receivable are the first, sorry for that. The days receivable we're targeting is 30 days. Council may remember last year when we proposed this to council, our days receivable was far in excess of that. And one of the measures that council allowed or implemented was to allow us to stop servicing service providers that did not want to pay. And that has worked absolutely brilliantly this year, and the number shows that. Currently, we're sitting around 39, as the report says, but of course the Virgin data from a few years ago when Virgin fell over is still on the books, and every day that is still on the books, it drags us down more. But if we strip that out, then we're currently, as per the previous months, lying around 32 days at present. We're hoping to meet the target of 30 days, of course, considering our current efforts and financial year end. So we feel quite comfortable that this year we will meet that, but our plan for next year is not to increase it again. It is to stay on the low or the tight deadline measure that council gave us last year. The current debtor and creditor ratio is the next one up. Without Virgin, our debtors are 2.8 times our current creditors. Council's target ratio is 1.5, which we are adopting. But of course, as is evident, we're quite happy to that we will meet the general requirement there. On asset sustainability, for the broader council, this number annually is in the order of about 90%, so it's a measure of how you are reinvesting in the assets that you've used up. The airport investment is lumpy, so we're going to be, some years, we're going to be all over the place. We some years put in, as council know, 20 million into the airport, and some years we're putting almost nothing into the airport. So that one will move wildly across the average. The operating surplus is higher than expected, and we can cover our operating surplus is higher than expected, that we expected last year. So, and we can cover our debt more easily than the minimums we set at the time. Our passenger expectation passenger number expectation is also similar to this year. It seems that some of our seasonality has moved, and that might very well, especially in the school holidays. So that is why our passenger numbers for next year, when we just run the model, actually suggest that our passenger numbers might decrease ever so slightly. In real life, we think that seasonality move might be overshadowed by whatever else is going to happen, either in the economy, meaning lower passenger numbers, or the comeback from COVID will be very strong as the pendulum swings, and therefore we're going to completely shoot the lights out on that. But we need a number, and that's the number the model came up with. But again, the amount of uncertainty in our market is such that the passenger number at this point is probably very difficult to try and predict. Finally, I want to say a few words about the ALAs. We did calculations, and they are costing taxpayers or ratepayers about $11.10 each. So that is, of course, if we bring in the amount of money it costs us to mow them and to paint them, as well as the depreciation on that. If we step back and we look at what all of this means for the airport and the aerodromes next year, all of this taken together means that we can expect to pay down some of our debt for next financial year, reduce our long-term borrowings, and still return a modest surplus. Council will note that the surplus that we've put on there is around half or so of what we expect the surplus for this year to be. Just underneath the table, there's a couple of bullet points where we try to break it up to just get a flavour, or to give Council a flavour of why that is actually the case. So, Council, we sorted it in terms of size. So, the kiosk, the operating loss that we expect from the kiosk in its first year, and we might do a lot better than we think, but that's what we currently think. That will account for the biggest portion of that. And then there's a number of other items, some of them administrative, if I could call depreciation that, but sometimes also an increase in maintenance, as an example. We do expect that some of the things we have to buy will increase in cost, and that's all going to come out in that. Now, the last point on this that I'd like to make is that 2 years ago we approached Council with a substantial fee increase, if Council remember. And at the time we said that we will keep an eye on our passenger numbers and on our surplus so that we can adjust the fees so that we make sure the airport stays financially viable and stable. We're keeping an eye on that. The reason I'm mentioning that is that Council may have a view either way that there's this sliver, I guess, of operating service might be uncomfortably small. Council may have a completely other view that, well, it is in the current circumstances, it is actually too much. The point is that the moment our passenger numbers move, we will come back to Council with a fee change, whether that is up or down for Council to consider. But currently, as our fees are currently, this is the plan that we've got and the numbers that it throws out. So I'm happy through the Chair to take questions.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Solomon. Actually, I did have a couple of questions, and you've answered most of them in that very good explanation and very good report. Just one is that, so this plan, the annual performance plan, you were saying that it's only reviewed every 12 months. So I was just taking from what you were saying that there's going to be flexibility where you've got to bring some of those critical points and decisions back to Council, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask, particularly about you know, your passenger numbers and how they're going to be revised and modelled post-COVID, and especially if you're also moving to other impacts like potentially one airline as well. So do you do that like sort of like quarterly or something, or as needed?
Through the chair, it's an excellent question. For the answer, we've got to go back to discussions held when the business strategic plans were adopted by council. At the time, we committed to say that once we put down a plan, the discussion at the time was that it's not fair, or sometimes it's not fair to say you're going to do 10 of a thing, and when you see you're only going to do 7, what you do is you do a budget adjustment to say I'm only going to do 7, and then at the end of the year everyone pats each other on the back that, oh, you met your budget. The reality was that you managed your budget to meet your outcome. So for that, council, the idea behind the plan is that we make a line in the sand now and we try and keep to it. Of course, councillor is completely correct that if let's say our numbers double, then this is no challenge. It's nonsensical to try and pat each other on the back that we made it. So therefore, if the situation change, we'll definitely have to relook at the plan. But for me, as the airport, we would like to at least have what we are giving council now, even if we do much worse next year, to report, or to have this as a column there somewhere, to report that we did much worse.
Right, yeah.
And council will then say, well, why did you do worse? And then I will have to go, well, we lost an airline, and then we understand why it is that we do worse than our original budget. But certainly, councillor, if the numbers go up or down, we'll be back here with fee adjustments, budget adjustments, those sorts of things. And if council wants us to keep this document live, as an example, a 6 months review, I'm very happy to be directed to do that. Yeah. But that was the idea, that we hold ourselves to what we said, even when it's easy or difficult. I hope that answers.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does, and that's probably best practice as well. But thank you very much. And I just have my last question, Madam Chair. On page 300, outstanding and proposed borrowings. With the borrowings, most of those borrowings, they're repaid back through the airport, what's the term again? Reserved amounts. Given it's a commercial unit, you have your own reserved amounts and your own business unit to repay those loans.
Through the chair, and just making sure that I use all the resources to my advantage here, but the airport creates every year a surplus. We're lucky enough to create a surplus, and that surplus pot of money then goes to a place just before it goes into the reserve, and payments are made from that, and the surplus of the surplus goes into the reserve. So it's like a sausage machine with a reserve at the end where the bits that wasn't taken or eaten goes into. So I hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the report. It's a really good snapshot there. With a community service obligation, the airports of Dingo, Taringa, Capella, Ralston and Springshaw, I guess just a clarification, that obviously comes out of the earnings for the airport itself as a business unit. That's correct, yes? Not under general?
it's a little bit of a mix, and again, looking towards the general managers.
Yep, I'm happy to. Thank you, Solomon. Thanks for the question, Councillor Daniels. Many years ago, when the Airport Reserve was created, there then was an approach in regards to, and from, you may recall the former General Manager Mark Lyon suggested that the works that are undertaken at the aerodrome landing strips are in fact a community service obligation, so are quite separate, I suppose, to some extent, from the operations of the Emerald Airport itself as a commercial business unit. So any profits or surplus retained by the airport remains for Emerald Airport. Funds for the aerodrome landing strips are a offset from the general fund of council.
Okay.
So it may come out of the airport's financials, but there's money coming in to offset that community service obligation.
From
So
the
it's in and
general fund.
out.
Okay. I guess the question I have around the ALAs, that community service obligation, and that's a really interesting to see that figure of $11.10 per person. So it's in, if you've got a family of 5, it's like $55 or something per person those are costing. But do you have, and I think it doesn't, probably the number it's costing per year to maintain them is one thing, but it's also about the use of those facilities. Have you now got cameras on each of those facilities? And is there any way of, because they're community service obligations, I'm assuming because we're not getting any fees coming back from any of the airlines, users, is there any way of any of the bigger the users, I guess, paying for the landing? Sorry.
Through the chair, there's a few questions in there. I'll start at the top. So we had cameras out at Ralston, because Ralston was topical, I guess, and seemingly to be highly used by the local resource organisations there. So since the 18th of February, I think, which is when we put the cameras out there, we've had about 10 movements or so, or less than 10 movements there, of which only one movement we can verify as a community member. The rest was mining charter flights, not the sort of charter where 50 people get off a plane, they all wear high-vis. It's the higher-ups coming to visit a surveyor, they flying in a box at some expensive part that they need today still, that sort of stuff. At Ralston specifically, we have been unsuccessful, to be honest, in getting any sort of funding assistance from anyone. We've put in for that grant for the runway project, and we haven't heard anything back. I know that there was discussions between some of the mining groups and the organisation to, at some point, do a joint funding of some, perhaps some strengthening of the runway or additional facilities there, but to report that we've got any sort of movements on that in real terms would be a lie. As for the others, we don't currently have cameras on the others. We pulled our cameras back to help at Emerald Airport. The cameras we have are high resolution bush cameras, and they can take infrared photos, and that's currently assisting the police in some of the matters that we have there. We're planning inside our budget for next financial year, when that comes up and if it gets approved by council, to get a set of cameras that will just be at each aerodrome permanently. So we're hoping that I can answer maybe in 3 months' time yes to the first question on that. Currently I can't.
Councillor Vance.
Yeah, g'day Solomon. Just a quick question. I just read on ABC this morning the health chiefs are finally getting rid of the compulsory mask wearing in airports. Hopefully by Friday. Have you had any news when it's going to come down? Or?
Councillor Burns, there's a it's a federal mandate, and there's a working group at the back of that, and we're part of that working group. Oh, sorry, that is very bad. I thought I did switch it off.
Put out your hand.
Sorry. After the committee or that working group made proposals to the federal government department, it goes through a process, I guess, as council would know, and the dates at which it becomes live is up for the decision makers. So we haven't had official communication yet, and we're not sure exactly what the date will be. We are looking forward to it because it will take one of the big conflict points that we have in the terminal, either with passengers between each other having a mask argument, or us having to approach people that sometimes legitimately just mind their own business and ask them to comply. So we are definitely looking forward to it.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you. Thanks, Solomon. No other. So the officer recommendation is that we endorse the Emerald Airport Annual Performance Plan for the financial year ending 2023. Mover, Councillor Moriarty. Seconder, Councillor Daniels. All in favour of that plan? Thank you, carried. Thank you, Solomon. Comprehensive again. So I did say put out your hand, I'd give you. So we move on to the Emerald Saliad's annual performance plan. Michelle?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I'll invite Tim down to the chair if he'd like to come down. Thank you.
And yes, welcome to our manager, Tim. Thank you.
Tim Maguire, our Saliad's manager. Thank you, Solomon, and what we'll do is we'll piggyback on that very extensive information that you've given in regards to the airport annual performance plan. This is a template and a cookie cutter, I guess, in regards to Saliad. So generally in regards to the annual performance plan, the parameters of measurement are generally the same, except for we're talking about cattle and heads of cattle, as opposed to plane and passenger landing figures. So I might leave it at that rather than go through extensively, unless Tim specifically wishes to. I've dragged him from the Saliads to pop in, but we're happy to answer any questions that councillors may have in regards to this, and as we always do in regards to our predictions in regards to cattle numbers, we generally err on the side of caution and being conservative, as most things are generally driven at the Saliads in regards to our weather patterns, etc. So happy to take any questions, unless you've got some other comments, Tim, you'd like to contribute, and you'll need to put your microphone on if...
Press your button on the other side.
Bottom right.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you, General Manager Michelle, and through the chair. No, look, at this point, I don't have any additional information other than what's provided there. Certainly, the last couple of years, we've been tracking within those forecasts. And as General Manager Michelle alluded to, our business is totally reliant on weather and markets, and certainly we've enjoyed very, very good markets the last 2 years. And weather-wise, in North Queensland, it's been adverse and probably not as favourable, which is giving us additional numbers through the facility. So for spelling and dipping services, which has been a great increase than what we've had in the past. So yeah, unless anybody has any additional questions, yeah.
Councillor Daniels. Thank you for the report. It's very good. And I've lost my page. Flick forward. Like 5.5 of 300, page 307 and 0.5.5, the regional economic benefit. That's a really good thing. I always think, so that's just talking about the value of the cattle that are sold through the yards. I always think it's the same with the airport. It'd be really interesting to have a look at the industry as a whole on what economic benefit is created for the Central Highlands by having a major selling centre here. Like it would be significant, but it'd be a wonderful number to know at some stage. But that's a good start anyway. But thank you for your report too.
Can I just comment on that? The value there of 143 million obviously is on that's captured from the value of the livestock that we transact each weekly through there. That's during the sale process. We also transact a significant volume and value of cattle, spelling and dipping, which we don't capture because we're not, that's not going through it's only going through as a fee and a service. So the value to the economic community would, in my opinion, be probably double that.
Yes. It would, and you've got all the indirect or the other supporting services that are created because of that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Megan. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. On page 308 of the agenda, or page 3 of the plan, under the heading Major Investments, Tim, or Manager, I was just wondering where you've got the list of projects there. Are you expecting to do all of those projects like in this next financial year, or some of them are, potentially 2 years, 3 years out, or they're all for that this coming financial year? And if they're not all funded through council, does the Saliad's, through its own revenue, then pay for some of the, or its reserved amounts, pay for some of these as well, so you can keep to your plan for the year?
Yep, I'm happy to answer that. Thank you, Councillor Moriarty, for your question. Councillors will be aware in regards to when there is consideration in regards to the fees and charges that will apply to the Emerald Saliad. There is, in my view, a considered approach in regards to that as a business which is more so around breaking even type approach. You do not see, when you talk about the reserve, you do not see the profit margins like we have at the airport, and they're very minimal and very small amounts of funds if there is a profit that are held. But then if there are years where there is a slight loss, that gets taken from the reserve as well. So there certainly isn't the funding within the reserves to sustain the capital upgrades which are required. But noting, Jermaine, Emerald Saliad is a very important infrastructure, to our rural base, and as we've just discussed, the importance of the economic benefit that transacts through that centre. In regards to the capital projects, some of those there are multi-year projects.
Oh, okay.
Multi-year projects, and obviously subject to the adoption of council's budget as well, some of those projects, and some, for example, if I pull one out as an example in regards to the roof over the selling areas, we would propose to have in the next budget some funding for design and concept, then hoping to seek some external funds to offset that expenditure for council in due course as well. So it just depends on the project. Some of them are already commenced, as example, the holding yards commenced in this year, won't be concluded until probably towards December, or May. I'm looking at Tim. Earlier. We have funding obligations specifically in regards to that project, where we've had extensions to the 31st of December to have that project completed. So I hope that answers your questions.
Yeah, it did. Thank you very much, because I was thinking you're going to be very busy. Thank you.
Always very busy there, Tim, isn't it? Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Thank you, Tim. So the officer recommendation is that we endorse the Emerald Saliad's annual performance plan for the financial year ending 2023. I'll mover for that, Councillor Burns. Secondly, Councillor Brimblecombe. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Michelle, while we have you here, we'll go on to the next one, which is the
Thank you.
the National Saliads Expo.
Yep, thank you. Next report is, yes, that in regards to National Saliads Expo in Cairns. It's been a number of years that we haven't had a Saliads Expo due to COVID, and it's very exciting for the industry, and actually caught up with Ian Lovegrove from the Australian Livestock Markets Association the other day, and they're very pleased that the Expo has come back onto the books, and this report before council is, and there's been some interest from councils asking whether the Expo was happening again, and so the program is attached to the report that you have, councillors, and the report is to seek if there's any interest from councillors to be nominated to attend the Expo in Cairns between the 27th and the 28th of July. I'm not aware that there is any officer who will be attending. I'm just looking at Tim. I'm not sure if he's proposing to attend.
Depending on our project over there, the Spelling Yard project.
Fair enough.
So I believe there is interest to attend the Saliads Expo. In the past, it was when it was going full steam. It's well worthwhile, and considering that we have quite a large Saliads, we are quite high up in the Saliads within Queensland. Is there any interest from councillors to attend that? Councillor Carpenter?
I'd like to go, thank you.
Yeah. Is there any others who'd like to go?
I just texted Natalie, she said she's fine.
She doesn't want to go. Okay. So, Mrs. CEO, that's 1, 2.
Yep, so we'll identify that in the minutes that it's Councillor Carpenter who's identified to attend. Thank you.
Okay. So the officer recommendation is that we be represented at the 2022 National Saliads Expo being held in Cairns from the 27th to the 28th of July 2022 by Councillor Carpenter. You're moving it. Thank you. Councillor Moriarty, seconded. Councillor Burns. All in favour of that? Carried. Thank you. Congratulations. You're off to the Saliads Expo, Councillor Carpenter. Thanks, Tim. The next item is we move on to infrastructure and utilities. And this is Jason. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report today has been prepared by the Manager of Infrastructure, Tyrone Meredith. Unfortunately, he is unwell today and unable to present the report. So he's sent me through some notes, which I'll just read verbatim from his preparation for the report. The report today proposed a new road off Birraband Road at Kona Creek. So report details the proposal for new road access to lot 17 DSN 188 from the existing Birraband Road. The background is that both lots 16 and 17 have historically formed the property known as Unique, with access maintained from sections of both Kona Creek Road and Birraband Road. The previous access to lot 17 was through lot 16. Lot 16 was recently sold, and the new owners have requested an access road be constructed through to the boundary of lot 17. There are 2 applicable road reserves that are adjacent to lot 17, one off the existing Kona Creek Road and one off the existing Birraband Road. Council searches indicate that neither of these 2 road reserves have ever been constructed. The preference for construction is a new access road off Birraband Road. This proposed road would be approximately 1.25 kilometres long. The report outlines the relevant construction standard, environmental, cultural heritage and costing implications, specifically noting that the proposal is a lesser standard than the vision standard of a sealed road. The proposed standard would be an unsealed gravel road to match the existing Baraband Road. 3 options were considered. Option 1 being that council approved the construction of the road at the cost of the applicant, with all future maintenance being undertaken by council at the cost of council. Option 2, council approved the construction of the road at council's cost, with all future maintenance being undertaken by council at council's cost. And option 3 is that council does not approve the construction of the new road. As per a briefing note circulated to councillors on the 14th of June, legal advice was requested regarding whether there was an obligation from the seller to provide access to the buyer. In addition to this request, a legal opinion was also requested whether council has any obligation to provide access. A summary of the legal opinion is that, in 1, the agreement between the seller and the buyer is a contractual arrangement. However, in most cases, land asset is sold as is where is. And 2, the council does not have any obligation to construct the relevant access road. Based on this, the officer's recommendation is that option 1, that council approve the construction of the road at the cost of the applicant, is recommended, and that this recommendation is based on a conservative approach to council. It takes into account that council does not have any legal obligation to construct the formed road access, and that there are several hundreds of kilometres of unformed road reserve within the region. It does not consider the previous ownership of the land nor the contribution of the current owners to the region. I'm happy to take any questions, councillors.
Yes, councillor.
Just to clarify, to get it clear in my mind, so there was one owner who sold the back lot and did not have an access for that back allotment, that lot number.
Councillor Cypher, if I can bring your attention to the map on page 319 of the report.
Yeah.
The 2 lots in question are lots 16 and lot 17. The council asset road register is highlighted there in purple. So the asset the council currently owns and maintains ends along the boundary of lot 16. From that point, lot 17 was accessed through lot 16.
And the owner of lot 16 doesn't want them to access through their place anymore? Is that how I take it?
Through the chair, we haven't been notified of that, but the request from the current owner of lot 17 is to construct a new road through the road reserve to lot 17.
So it's our road reserve, and they want us to, well, hopefully they'd like us to construct the road through our own road reserve to give them access. That's simplifying it, isn't it?
That's correct, councillor, yes.
Yeah.
I'll just add to that.
We don't normally do this anywhere else. There's been no precedent set previously where we have done this.
Through the chair, to our knowledge, there has been no precedent in recent times. Historically, evidence we've found prior to amalgamation, it may have occurred, but based on a risk approach right now and the number of unformed roads or road reserves that don't have roads, from a precedence point of view, if we were to construct a road in this case, from a conservative approach to council, it would potentially open us up to constructing a lot more road asset.
So this is a really long shot. The READY program, that grants program that we've got, because my understanding is that this, the requester, whatever we like to call him, the requester is a prominent business, and this road will open up a greater business opportunity. I believe that they want to develop this block in relation to growing the business further. So a road construction wouldn't be wouldn't fit into the criteria of a the READY grants program.
Yep, so through the chair, I'll seek additional advice from the general manager communities if needed. My understanding is that the application is for a construction of a road.
Yeah.
The READY program is specifically related to a development application process and reduction of fees of a development application. So there's no material change of use or reconfiguration of lot being proposed under a development application in this request. It is purely just a request for a construction of a road.
So another long shot. We recently had a look at reviewing and expanding the READY program, grants program, whatever you want to call it. In the future, would there be a possibility of this type of thing, a road construction, to enhance business opportunity, because that's what READY's all about? I know currently we've got what we got, but as we review what we got on offer, is that a possibility that in the future we could, because it's supposed to be about enhancing business for the region, and my understanding is that if this, I mean, sure, he can go construct it himself, let's be honest, but if the road doesn't get constructed to a certain standard, and we would request a certain standard in our own road reserve, so he can't just put a dodgy road in with his own dozer, it's got to be to a certain standard, so that if it's not done like that, it is a hindrance to the future development of that particular business. That's pretty much summing it up in a nutshell, I think. So I know they're all long shots, but you know, it is what it is today, but in the future, while we look at that READY program, and we looked at some very broad categories yesterday, this could be something. It's to enhance business, and I know it's not going to help this guy, but it's just food for thought.
Thanks. Through the chair, Councillor Cypher, this is one of the ones we can put in the mix. As we did discuss yesterday in strategy and briefing session, we are looking at a review of READY and making this more of a comprehensive, a multi-pronged approach, if you like, very much designed around stimulating economic activity. So I couldn't sit here and say that it wouldn't suit a future, and I probably couldn't say that it would suit it. It would really need to come down to what we decide as a council, you know, what that looks like in the future. But I've just taken some notes there, and no doubt our Manager Planning and Environment, Kate Olds, will be online looking as well. So I'll just, I'll leave it there for now, if you don't mind, through the chair, and we can look at that in the future. But for right now, it won't help the current situation.
And Councillor, if I can respond to your question with regard to the standard. So if the recommendation was approved as is today, the owner would be required to apply for a permit to work in the road reserve. Through that application process, we would specify the standard of road construction that would be required.
And just before Councillor Moriarty, I did ask for this to be sent to King & Code for clarification, and I have also spoken to GM about the council actually being the contractor constructing it, so that it was in for certainty that it was up to council construction standards. So that, yeah, Councillor Moriarty, if you...
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to say that's a great idea, Councillor Cypher. And given too that, you know, it's supporting our agricultural businesses. So, and it's our agricultural businesses have got a lot to do with our economic viability of our region. And, you know, given that sometimes that can be underspent. But anyway, like you said, there's been further discussions about expanding the categories. And thank you to Madam Chair. That was going to be one of my questions was, would council Okay, well, first off, I better just clarify. Is this application is for the applicant to pay the $100,000 to $175,000? This table, sorry, on page 317, that table there breaks it down, which includes a whole of life costs. Is that correct?
Yes, so through the chair, that's based on an estimate of what it may cost to construct the road.
Right.
We need to do some, obviously, testing to see what the existing subgrade, existing material is like there, the proximity of gravel, all these things take into consideration the actual cost. The applicant, just to be perfectly clear, the applicant has requested that council build and pay for the road.
Right.
The recommendation is that that the applicant be responsible for the construction of the road, and then council will accept the asset once it has been completed, similarly to what we would do as in a development application process.
Right. And I was thinking too, if you don't mind, General Manager, that there was probably an option 4 there where council, it's 50-50, that rather than the applicant solely, council solely, and then there's that option of 50-50 as well. But thank you for clarifying that, because that was going to be my question, as the Madam Chair asked, was would that money, if the applicant was paying for that money towards constructing that road, would that money be coming to council and then council construct that road? Because given that council is one of the only road constructors in the region.
Through the chair, the recommendation is that the applicant builds the road and construct the road at their cost.
Yeah.
There's a number of ways which we can, depending on the outcome of the resolution, it may be that the resolution may change and that the resolution says that council will construct the road at the applicant's cost. Then the applicant would pay through a private works agreement for council to construct that road, we may go back to the original resolution where we ask the applicant to engage a contractor, a local contractor, to construct the road on their behalf.
And thank you. And my other question was, will that section of road be better, be of a better quality than the road either side of that new section?
Through the chair, so the report specifies that our rural road proposed feature is for a unsealed gravel road at 6 metres wide, with pavement of 6 metres wide and a formation of 8 metres. But noting that the adjacent road is less standard than that, the conditions would be to match the existing Birraband road, not to provide it to the standard as required in our Capricorn Municipal Design Guidelines.
Okay. So it sounds like you've been considering as much as you can to get it at a reasonable cost as well. Thank you.
Councillor Daniels.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just, and I realise this is not part of the application, but it was really just a question around, is there a way that the applicant can you close the road reserve and only have it for private use and be able to then construct a road to a lower standard that's obviously only for their purpose? Given that, we're trying to, support businesses as much as possible, but, there's precedent and implications for council around the application the situation as it currently stands. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll have to take that on notice. However, just a really quick look at the map, and there is a lot further to the south which may gain access from that existing road reserve through, as said, there's no road constructed, but council, the legal advice we got is that council has an obligation to provide access to each lot, so that access being a road reserve, not a constructed road. So by closing the road reserve, we would need to make sure that we don't close access to any other lot if the applicant wished to go down that path.
So the lot 17 is actually surrounded by the one owner. So but the road reserve goes down the side of that. It is the boundary. It's not surrounded on all sides because it's a boundary with a neighbouring property, of course. However, there is a road reserve to the rest of the property. Councillor Cypher.
Yeah, you basically answered one of the questions I had, was how many users would use that road reserve, and in the future there could be more than this applicant could use it in the future. Yes?
Through the chair, depending on the assumptions of future ownership of
Yeah, because
each
there's
lot.
other lots.
Yeah.
If other lots exist, then there is the potential they could be sold off, so there could be other users on that road reserve. The other comment I want to make, I wouldn't like to see the resolution stipulate that council had to construct. To council standard, yes, but not stipulating council to construct, because this applicant could get someone else, a contractor, to do it cheaper. I wouldn't like to see it restricted to council-only construction. Thank you.
So with that, so you're not recommending any changes to the resolution?
No, I don't know, I'm not. If you put it in that council to construct,
Just need to
I just think it's
press your button. Yeah.
It's just a bit restrictive, I think, if you stipulate, unless, we might want the money, I don't know, but,
Yeah, sorry. Councillor Carpenter.
Just on that, on who constructs it, my concern about private contractor doing it would be that our standards might not be upheld. So I do have that concern about that side of things. How much supervision will a contractor have, because they're building a road that's coming over to us anyway?
So, can I just make a comment there, Jason? One of my original discussion points was that council scope or do the plan of the road, scope the specs, yeah. Thanks, Mark. So that if it was a contractor, there would be definite specs for the building of the road.
Yes.
Go on.
Thank you, Chair. So it is typical for council to engage contractors to construct our own roads. It's also typical for any development application that requires an operational works, whether it be construction of a new road for an industrial estate, an urban estate, or any rural road, change in rural road standard, that the operational works specifies that the contractor, the owner, or the developer constructs the road and then hands that asset to council. Through that operational works process, there is inspections. The standard is set, and there is inspections. On the other side of that is that council currently doesn't have a private works policy that says we do all of our own works or all the works on behalf of developers, and by allowing the developer to choose a local company, it does stimulate the local economy rather than council getting the income.
So, a question to GM John again. So, would the ready application be after the fact? Could they can't apply for an application after the... No, okay.
Through the chair, sorry, no.
No, okay. So the officer recommendation there is that, Councillor, you didn't want to say any more? Oh, Councillor Moriarty, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry, thank you very much for that. I think where we're getting to, and I just need to clarify because I'm really struggling with this one to make a decision and work out which way to go. Just to clarify one more, Jason, General Manager, that the council's obliged to make access to every block's basically I'm lost a bit because I'm not in this area, but so have to maintain or put in a road reserve to each property? No.
You go, Jason.
Yeah, so through the chair, there has to be a legal point of access to each block. So that would be through a road reserve or through an easement of an adjacent block.
Okay.
So the preference obviously is through a road reserve, so council has an obligation to provide the access point. They don't have obligation to construct a road within that access, within the designated access land.
And my other question would be, is there an ability to, for council to split some of the cost, like 20/80 or something like that? If I think I'm just sort of kind of getting a general feel that there's some potential support for this as well.
Yep, so it's, through the chair, that discretion is obviously sits here with council today with regard to the funding. The officer's recommendation, as read here, the officer's recommendation is based on a conservative approach to council. It takes into consideration our legal obligation and noting that there are several hundreds of kilometres of unformed roads within the Shire, and that any future sales of land would be setting a precedent for those, and that if an applicant was to ask for a road to any other lot, the council has a precedent.
So just to clarify on your first question, Councillor Moriarty, from King & Co it says the searchers would have disclosed that a road reserve extended as far as lot 17, but no road was ever constructed or maintained from the end of Birraban Road through to the boundary of lot 17. If the new owner of lot 17 chose to purchase lot 17, notwithstanding this potential problem, that is a matter for the new owner of lot 17. That was the legal advice. Councillor Councillor Cypher?
Yes, yeah, and I'm pleased you read that out because that's what we needed to hear.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, he would have done his homework when he bought the property, and there is a fear of the precedent that could be set, and we have no budget allocation for a contribution to the development of the road. So they are the concerns that I do have. And I think the horse has bolted on this one, but we could perhaps in the future look at that READY program in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to refer to in point 16 on the Solicitor's King & Co report that says if council is inclined to construct the road, then the relevant work should be undertaken by council. That's what the point I was trying to make before, that even if council doesn't construct the road fully funded by council, that we should maybe still do it at applicant's cost, but make sure it's council that does the work. That's what I was trying to get at before. I don't know, I'm
So, Councillor Carpenter, thank you. So my understanding is that's advisory, not mandatory, and that's item 17 goes on to sort of say we favour this approach. So it's advice, not mandatory.
Do we have the capacity to do the work even?
Through the chair, that is definitely a concern with our current workload and with Transport and Main Roads. The applicant is always, with the current recommendation, the applicant has the option to go with a contractor, or they can make approach to council for us to do it under a private works agreement. So that is still an option, but not under the current resolution. It's not enforced that council do the work.
Through the chair, so with the permit to undertake operational works, if I've got that right, for that to be granted, you would be seeing like the specifications of the road to grant that, wouldn't you? Like you'd have an oversight of the design before you would grant that.
Councillor Daniels, yeah, thank you. Through the chair, that is correct, yeah. So it would be specifying all the normal arrangements such as public liability insurance, traffic control that's needed, to what standard the road would be constructed, and at what point it would be signed off as a council as an asset that council accepts.
Okay, thank you.
So the recommendation stands that the Regional Council recommends that the applicants construct the proposed road to Council's standards at the applicant's cost, with future maintenance to be undertaken by Council at its cost. With Councillor Cypher and seconded Councillor Brimblecombe. All those in favour? And against? So it's, how many are we up to? Councillor Moriarty, do you want that? Oh, in favour, sorry, carried unanimously.
I'm still going.
Yeah, I know that. I noticed. Thank you, Jason, for that.
Yes, sir.
We move on to the 12.4.2. Thank you, Jason.
Through the chair, sorry, I'm just getting back to the agenda.
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
Page 322.
Yep, got it, thank you. So the report today is a request for a reduction in application fees for operational works 009-2022, being a ring tank and pump station and channel. I will hand over to the Manager of Project Planning and Contract Development to present the report. Thank you.
Apparently you should come with a label on your forehead, Kim. Just turn your microphone on, thank you.
Just to clarify, through the chair, Kim has a number of hats, so project manager of project management office, but in this context, she's presenting under the other hat.
Yeah, and I see
Thank
maybe
you.
she's AKA Darren Bleekamp too as well. Thanks, Kim.
Good morning, councillors. As referenced by GM Infrastructure and Utilities, the report today is to present a request from a developer to reduce the fees payable for the assessment of an operational works application. So under our current register of fees and charges, the value of this work is in excess of $3 million, which equates to $45,000 in application fees. It is potentially a reasonably complex application because it does involve ring tanks and pump stations and channels and extraction of water from one of the creeks in the area. It is one of actually several applications that we've received over the last 2 years. So the Real Planning, acting for the applicant, submitted a request to reduce the fees, and in their correspondence they identified the charges applicable in 3 of our adjoining councils or close councils. I actually went back and checked a few other councils just to see how selective the information provided by them was, and that in effect confirmed that the other councils I chose were all along the same lines. So generally, maximum of $10,000, with Isaac identifying that the applicant paid for cost of engineering and other services for assessment. So just as a sort of information into that, the original application we got in that area for a levy bank, we actually required the applicant to engage the right people to undertake a full flood model of the area, and that was done at their cost, over and above the application fees that they actually paid. We did have a look. The fees and charges are presented as cost recovery. I did go back and do a fairly high level estimate of the fees applicable. For an application like this, generally goes to the development engineer who assesses it, reads the 167 pages, reviews the outcomes of the models. It also gets referred to Bill Wilkinson for comment and the time taken from him. And then I actually review the outcomes of those 2 assessments. Go back to the applicant if additional information is required and that sort of thing. We do not get to $45,000. The recommendation is that we consider reducing the fees to 25% of those payable, with the proviso that if any external assessment is required, that they actually cover the cost of that.
Thank you. So, Officer, the remaining 25%, 11,250, you think that is, it's not over and above what it will cost you in time to actually do the desktop assessment of the works, or significantly over and above?
I can't answer that specifically. It depends on what is found as part of the assessment, and it's not always necessarily just a desktop assessment. With some of these applications, it actually does require a visit to site and walk around, and it's one of those, we don't know ultimately what will be required to complete the assessment.
So even with this one, you still don't know? Because even with this one, you still don't know what might be. Okay, because the report indicates that it would be a desktop assessment. Okay, thank you very much.
And just also, councillors, for a bit of clarity, this project is not actually eligible under the READY policy. Under current policy, the project is not contestable, as in they wouldn't do it somewhere else if they couldn't do it in Central Highlands. So, yeah.
One more comment? No? So we can go to the officer recommendation. It's endorsed, subject to the applicant reimbursing all costs associated with any external specialist services engaged by council to assess the application, a fee reduction of 75% of the current fee for operational works application OPW 009/2022, reducing the assessment fee from $45,000 to $11,250. I have a mover for that, please. Councillor Moriarty, seconder, please. Councillor Carpenter, all those in favour? 2, 3, 4. Carried, thank you. Thank you, officers, thank you. So we go to Mrs. CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. So item 12.5.1 is in relation to the Local Government of Queensland Association of Queensland Bush Council Convention, which is on the 25th to the 28th of July this year, is to be hosted in Barcaldine. So the report purpose is just to determine councillors, confirm council's attendance and confirm councillors' attendance at the convention. The rest is taken as read.
Taken as read. So Mayor Councillor Kerry, Hayes, Deputy Mayor Christine and councillor to be identified for the Barcaldine Bush Councils. Is there any councillors? Councillor Carpenter.
Just a query. Last time we were going to send people out there, it was really limited in numbers. Is that the case this time or not?
Through the chair, last year we were in the middle of COVID and we were restricted to a maximum of 3 attendees. I think I said in the report, we are still limited in relation to accommodation availability out there. So we are able to send one additional councillor at this stage based on the accommodation that I have already currently got booked.
So Marnie, that's three to go. Yep. Three. Yes, okay. So somebody wants to attend the Councillor Brimblecombe?
Yeah, if possible, I'd like to attend, so.
Sorry, I had Megan on.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Megan. No.
I was just going to say, I don't want to attend. This is just a comment around attending conferences that can we please, with these or the Saliads or wherever it is, like we can't all attend financially, whatever it is, but to spread the benefit of that, can we please get reports back from whether it's the officer or a councillor and have that presented back to us, because that way there's a greater benefit of use of the ratepayers' money for the attendance of councillors. Thank you.
Yep. Duly noted, Councillor Daniels. Yep, we've spoken about it. Councillor Brimblecombe.
Would like to attend, please.
You would like to attend.
So you'll be doing that report, Councillor Brimblecombe.
So the Local Government Association of Queensland Bush Council Convention be held in Barcaldine 26th to the 28th of July by Mayor Kerry Hayes, Deputy Mayor Christine Rolfe and Councillor Brimblecombe, along with Chief Executive Officer, Mrs Sharon Houlihan. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Daniels, and secondly Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. Mrs CEO, I will ask again. There is hot soup for lunch, but are we pushing on? Lunch is at 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you. We will go to the. I'm over the page, is it? It's obviously. GM McDougall. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon, councillors. Righto, the Central Highlands Arts and Cultural Advisory Committee, known as CHRC, is a council committee established to encourage the participation and optimum service delivery for council communities regarding the areas of arts, cultural and heritage programs, projects and activities. I'll now pass over to our Arts and Culture Officer, Galleries, Ruth Hayden. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager McDougall. Through the Chair. This report presents the minutes of the CHRC meeting on the 27th of May 2022, held in the Emerald Council offices and online via Microsoft Teams. Key items for noting are that the entries for the inaugural Central Highland CHRC Youth Awards close on Friday the 3rd of June 2022. The opening night and awards presentation will be held on Friday the 24th of June at 6 p.m. at the Emerald Art Gallery. Awards will be presented by Mayor Kerry Hayes and Awards Judge Kim Eadie, who is from Youth Justice. The People's Choice Award will be announced after a 2-week online voting poll via Have Your Say Central Highlands, which will be open from the 24th of June until the 8th of July 2022. Dates have been set for workshops in Springshaw and Emerald for the Our Collection Matters project. Springshaw workshops are set for the 20th to the 25th of June, and Emerald workshops will be held from the 11th to the 16th of July. Historical groups in Dingo, Bluff, as well as staff from tourist information centres will be invited to attend the workshops. Arts Around August 2022 planning is currently underway with a media release distributed on Thursday 26th of May 2022, calling for community event submissions. Council's website has been updated and a new registration form added that automatically updates a spreadsheet containing future events. The program events calendar for Arts Around August will be launched in late June. There will be weekly Facebook posts throughout Arts Around August promoting weekly events. Some of the events planned so far for Arts Around August include Flipside Circus workshops, Bricknick Lego workshops, and Emerald Arts Precinct Open Day, Scrap Metal Sheila Melinda Rogers workshops, and Quirky Wire Art workshops with Raylene Block. I'll now hand over to the councillors for any questions.
That's my
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, congratulations to the committee and all of the volunteers and all of the staff that work so hard with everyone to get all these great successes. I guess mine's not a question, I think, but more of a comment. On page 6 of the minutes and page 352 of the agenda, I did notice on dot point, the second dot point from the top, referring to wildcraft workshops. I must admit, when I read that, I thought, what could that be? But that I did read where it says that members agreed that wildcraft workshops should be where they suggested that other local artists should be contacted. So using, prioritising local tutors there. So I just wanted to say what a great initiative to keep going with that, because we've got so many wonderfully talented artists in the region that are very capable of running some fantastic arts and craft workshops, whether they're wild or not, but anyway. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody.
And Councillor Syfe, you have a comment?
Thank you. The Jacket Group is a very committed group, small in numbers but very dedicated, and as I previously said this morning, governance is a high priority of ours. So we are regularly reviewing our RADF criteria and our RADF grant framework, I suppose you could call it. And it's a fine line to comply with governance but make it an easy process as well. And I just wanted to share with you that recently I attended the Claremont Art Links workshop, and there were a selection of people there from different shire areas. And while I was very focused thinking that perhaps our RADF criteria might have been a bit hard, or I was probably trying to always make it a bit harder, it was very refreshing to we started to all talk about our RADF, because I asked the Claremont group, was the workshops run under a RADF grant? And they said no, it was a little bit hard for them. And that was more to do with the application process. So then we started to share stories around the group, and there was 3 different shires represented there, and they all looked at me and said, CHRC has the most simplest and easiest RADF application. And then I was a bit reluctant to review it after that. but having said that, I thought that was very, very refreshing to hear that, and it really gave me confidence that what we're doing as a group and as an internal team is working. But we still continually look at that, because that fine line between governance and ease of access isn't always easy. And I know the team behind the scenes does a lot of work to get the community groups to apply for RADF. In the past, there may have been a bit of an emphasis on council putting in for community groups, but our real focus is to get more and more community to apply for these grants and for those projects to be run by community. And I think that is the important aspect, that the team is here to support and help guide the grant application. It is for the community to run them. And that is the goal that we have for ourselves and the team, to actually get more and more community people putting in. Also, I'd love to have more community people on our team, on our committee. So it's great to know that externally we are viewed with a very favourable light in how we're running the things. So thank you.
So, Councillor Cypher, are you going forward with a standard template with other councils, or is it?
No, it's not. No, every council does their own.
Yes.
So we work to perfect our own process. If they want to copy ours, I'm sure they're quite welcome. But we don't. It's not a standardised one across regions. It's
just simplified, or?
Well, through the chair, the RADF guidelines for each annual year of the funding is available on our website. So any other local governments that are administering the RADF fund can certainly have a look at what we're doing, and we're always ready and willing to work with anyone out in local government land to talk about what they're doing and how we can work together.
Yep, sure.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you. Any further? So that is the recommendation that we receive the record of proceedings of the Central Highlands Art Cultural Advisory Committee, CHRC, planning meeting held on the 27th of May 2022. Councillor Moriarty, second to Councillor Burns. All in favour? Those? Thank you. Carried. So I'm going to move on to hand over to Margaret and Helen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. Councillors, I'm very pleased and proud of the organisation to present this report to you today. This is regarding the letter from the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, also the Queensland Audit Office Local Government 2021 report to Parliament, and also the 6 recommendations from that, and also a letter from the Queensland Audit Office, etc. So the Queensland Audit Office provides external audit services, which includes audit opinions on the accuracy and reliability of our financial statements and other local government entities, and reports to Parliament on the results of its audit work, including insights, advice and recommendations for improvement. Based on these observations, the QAO have made 6 recommendations to Council: to reassess the maturity levels of their financial statement preparation processes in line with recent experiences to identify improvement opportunities, assess their audit committees against the actions in the 2021 Audit Committee report, improve their overall control environment, that asset management plans to include Council's planned spending on capital projects, review the asset consumption ratio in preparation for the new sustainability framework, and assess whether the actual usage of assets is in line with the actual asset management plans, and also enhance their liquidity management by reporting their unrestricted cash expense ratios and their unrestricted cash balance in the monthly financial reports. And I'm pleased to say that we already do all of those things that the report to Parliament recommended. Our overall result is that we received an unmodified audit opinion and we met the statutory reporting timelines. For noting as well is the financial statement maturity levels. They are across the following: developing, established, integrated and optimised. And again, very pleased to say that our financial statement maturity has been assessed at integrated, which is very pleasing to note. And one other thing before I just hand over to Helen to maybe answer any technical questions or explain a little bit more detail. Also very pleased to note that we've maintained an overall risk level as low, which is again, Council should be proud of that. And our average grant funding comparison to peers, we have an average low grant funding ratio of 23% as a percentage of revenue of all resource councils, which is less than half the resource council average of 49%. So the average grant funding percentage shows that the 5-year average level of grant funding as a percentage of total revenue for Council's ratio result indicates that we have a low reliance on grant funding and therefore have a low financial sustainability risk based on its dependency on grants for operational and capital purposes. Sorry, one more thing, just before I hand over to Helen, probably stolen all of her thunder. In the report from Mike Kayser, Director General from the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning, to our CEO, Ms Sharon Houlihan, there was some other highlights. I wish to highlight the importance of having the following items in supporting of your financial sustainability within your organisation: having an effective and active internal audit function, the value of having an effective asset management plan to support Council's understanding of the timing, cost and ongoing maintenance of planned spending and capital projects, and the importance of monthly financial reports tabled at each Council meeting detailing, again, what I said before, the unrestricted cash balance, but more importantly, the cash cover ratio. And again, pleased to say that we already do all of those things. So, Helen, I'll hand over to you now to maybe repeat some of what I've said or add any other value. Thank you.
Thank you, Marg, through the Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. I won't repeat anything, but I might just point out a couple of things that Marg didn't touch on. So the first one was that the Queensland Audit Office, as part of their audits of all the councils in 2021 financial year, made 3 key observations. And the first one was that while financial statements are reliable, the timeliness of these reports has actually declined since the 2019 financial year. The second key observation was that while controls over financial systems and processes have improved, most high-risk issues have not been resolved after more than 1 year. And thirdly, financial sustainability on the whole has marginally improved. And just throughout the report, I just want to point out that Central Highlands Council is actually grouped as a resource council. So this includes 14 other councils such as Banana Shire, Isaac, Western Downs, Maranoa, Mount Isa and Charters Towers. And that's really around when they assess the financial sustainability. So they group the councils together. So that's probably all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, there's one other comment. Councillors, you may remember with our previous CEO, Scott Mason, when we presented this report last year, we'd also received a commendation from the then, or the Auditor General, Brendan Worrell, to say that we were one of only 2 councils in the whole of Central Queensland that was financially sustainable. So I just thought I'd mention that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Acting Manager and General Manager. Get it all right. I was just wanting just a little bit of quick clarification, because I often read this and then I'm thinking, am I taking this the right way or the wrong way? When you referred on page 361 of the agenda and page 59, I think, of the report, where you clarified there, General Manager, about CHRC has the lowest average grant funding ratio as a percentage of revenue of all resource council. I just can't work out whether that's really a benefit or or not. I know it's great that we're, as far as our financial sustainability ratios, I'm assuming you're talking about there, but does that place us in a better position to get funding, or disadvantage us that we are appear to be more financially stable or sustainable?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Moriarty. That's a good question. It's a little bit difficult to answer in terms of if we reviewing or considering the recent outcome of the financial assistance grant methodology. One may assume that in looking at our financial sustainability, that has been a disadvantage to us in the outcomes of that methodology, in terms of that we have received a lesser portion. But that's just an assumption of mine, and maybe shared by some others. I think from a financial sustainability risk, the QAO would obviously like to look that we have our own source revenue and that we don't rely heavily on grant funding. Many councils that rely very heavily on that get into strife. So it's really, I mean, it's not that we don't want to be successful in receiving grant funding, but it's about managing that balance.
Thank you. I guess the different types of grant funding.
Yes, of course.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? All right, thank you. We'll receive the report. Somebody move that we receive that report, please. Councillor Moriarty and second Councillor Burns. All in favour of it? Thank you. Carried.
Thanks.
We're good. Thank you, Helen. Thank you very much. So the next information report is the Emerald Saliads Coordination Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Still here, yes.
Thank you, Tim. Councillors, this report is record of proceedings of the Emerald Saliads Coordination Committee meeting held on the 23rd of May. And I'll just hand over to Tim Maguire, the Saliads manager, and view that I wasn't present at that meeting. Just give us some highlights of the meeting. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, General Manager Michelle. Fundamentally, the Saliads group met there. Most of the issues were of general nature. I guess the main thing that came out of that, obviously we dealt with our safety and a bunch of other things there, but certainly Councillor Carpenter requested that we look at an appetite, or whether there was an appetite there for any development around the Saliads that might benefit the region in total, in relation to opportunities for either tourism or other interests there centred around the Saliads, and that has been taken back to the agent group and various other stakeholder groups. That's now being considered by the different parties, and fundamentally the coordination committee, we had 100% attendance there from councillors and a few other stakeholders there. So there was nothing extraordinary that came out of it. Thank you.
Do you have any comments? You're chair of the Councillor Burns.
No, I agree with Tim. It was pretty straightforward, that meeting. Might hear from Ian about a tourism idea with
Councillor Carpenter.
Just briefly, I have had a light bulb moment since that meeting to do with around the tourism aspect of it. Pretty basic idea of having some seating and construction like the seating in the forecourt here with a roof over them, and having storyboards across the back so people can, it can be then multi-purpose. They can either sit there and wait if that's what they're doing, or can be held for a function, or just read the storyboards. So I'm going to try and I'll talk to someone who can actually draw and get the concept back to the coordination committee to start.
Project idea for within tourism.
Yeah. If I may, Madam Chair, the only other comment I want to make on the Saliad thing is that I regularly get the emails from the ALMA, their newsletters, and the thing that pricked my attention was someone's done a study on the social value of the Saliads, so the social impact of those, and I'm really keen to pursue that when I go to Cairns to see what might come out of that for us here.
That's good.
If I could just comment on that, thank you for raising that, Councillor Carpenter, because it also spurred my interest as well, and I think, well, what a wonderful study to embark upon, because, do you know what I mean, there is so much social activity that does happen at a sale yard. So I have asked my executive assistant to get hold of that study and to ensure that that is circulated for people's and councillors' information.
Thank you.
If I just make one comment, I think that's great. It's a great idea, obviously, about the tourism, what tourism aspects could be gleaned from the sale yards, bearing in mind there's an operating business too. But if there's something that, because we certainly know that tourists that come through the region are very interested in the agriculture base of our region.
Yeah, in the past, it's been the sale yards, especially in the south of the country, have made quite a, it's been quite noticeable, the number of tourists, and actually having them in a place within the sale yards that's not disadvantaging the actual process, the business of the sale yards is one thing that has been raised before, but people still want to actually go and see the process. So, yeah. That all, Tim? That was. So, if we receive the record of the proceedings of the Emerald Sale Yards Coordination Committee meeting held on the 23rd of May 2022. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Moriarty and second Councillor Brimcombe. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. Thank you very much, Mr Maguire. We move on to record of proceedings for Community Consult Blackwater, and I'll pass over to Michelle, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You just caught me out then. Thought I was done, but...
Beck's probably running up the stairs, is she?
Oh, well, no. Rebecca is actually on annual leave, and Solomon is multi-skilling this week and actually is the acting manager of customer service. So, so I'm just trying to look for the report, so my apologies. Here, records of proceedings. Thank you, councillors, for the community consultation held in Blackwater on the 25th of May this year. So the report before you is just to receive those records of proceedings and to note that there were no actions that have been logged as customer requests within the system. So I was not there, but the record of proceedings is quite extensive in regards to the record. So I just make that recommendation to council. Thank you.
So, any comment from participants? Unfortunately, I was not there either, so Councillor Moriarty?
No, I will just very quickly, I think it was a very well attended community consultation, and yeah, it there was a whole range of things discussed, and it was, I thought it was a really good meeting, so very, very progressive, because there was a lot of things brought up and a lot of things to follow up. And the other thing, as you quite rightly pointed out, there weren't any CRMs that actually came out of that meeting, so that smaller level type actions, they were actually quite a higher level kind of projects and initiatives and issues that were raised, a bit more strategic, I guess. Yeah, I just want to thank everybody that participated. It was a successful meeting, I believe, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, so council received the record of proceedings from Blackwater Community Consultation Forum held at Blackwater Civic Centre on the 25th of May 2022, and note there were no actions that have been logged as a customer request. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Brindlecombe, second Councillor Carpenter. All in favour? Carried, thank you. Now, councillors, we do have one late agenda item. You have that to hand, and I'll pass over to Jason, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies, councillors, for the late report with regard to proposed acceptance of a term allocation from the Nagoa Mackenzie water tender. First, I would like to take this opportunity just to welcome Amber Robinson to the chambers. It's her first time presenting as Manager of Water Utilities with us here as council. Amber's background is long and illustrious in the water, with a water background, having a Bachelor of Engineering in Chemical and a Bachelor of Science. Amber comes to us from Central Goldfields Shire Council in Victoria, and also working with a number of private contractors such as Downer. So we're very lucky to have Amber on board, and it's the first opportunity obviously to present to council today. So with that, I will, now that she's blushing like I usually do, I'll hand over to Amber to present the report. Thank you, councillors.
Well, welcome, Amber, to the chamber. That's the one. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I read the protocol. Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you, General Manager Houlihan. That was really lovely. I'm just here to talk to you about an offer to purchase some water from Sunwater. So in March, I think it was, yes, in March, Sunwater released a tender for responses to take up to 1,500 megalitres per year. Interested respondents were to nominate a price. There was a reserve of $800 per megalitre per annum, and there's also fixed and consumption charges annually through that. Council decided to submit a tender for the full 1,500 megalitres per annum at the reserve price of $800. Sunwater have come back and offered us 1,000 megalitres out of what we requested at the $800 per megalitre per year, with the fixed and consumption charges on top of that. We feel that, just from a general water security perspective, you know, these opportunities don't come up very often to purchase more water. It would be in council's interest to purchase this. We won't need it straight away, but we do have the option to on-sell it if we choose to. The Yamala Enterprise area nominally has forecasted to require up to 1,300 megalitres per year, so this would go a long way to providing security for that area as well. So Sunwater came to us with a letter yesterday, I think it was, or Monday, requesting a response this morning. We were successful in getting that extended to close of business tomorrow to allow us to bring this to council today. So I guess my recommendation, or our recommendation, is that we go ahead and accept the offer, but I'll open it up to discussion.
Yeah, true. I think it's a really good opportunity. It's probably more of a comment, and you did mention about that ability to on-sell it. I think that since we don't have, like the supply will, demand will not meet the supply with this additional allocation, that we really need to be actively trading it so that, because it is a big cost per annum to take this on. But it's great, and, you know, it is future-proofing. There was a report years ago about where the trajectory of when demand would outstrip supply, so it's really good that you've been actively looking for that opportunity to meet that supply. Thank you.
Through the Chair, if I can, sorry, just jump in. So we are, obviously, we're concurrently running a water security strategy, which will outline Council's future need for water. Based on all the evidence we have currently, we do need more access to more allocation. Ideally, this opportunity would have come after our water security strategy was complete, but just timing didn't allow that. And just to clarify, so the allocation will form part of our overall allocation. We may choose to use this allocation and trade our own allocation, not necessarily trade this allocation directly. And only other point to clarify is that currently this isn't budgeted in future years, which is the $1.2 million per year on the current costs.
So, query, so can you just, the fact that we pay the extra $1.2 million, but by using that water and actually getting payment back, so if the expense is offset by the revenue from, can you explain that, Jason, as you explained it yesterday? Or Amber?
Yeah, through the Chair. So in an ideal world, if we had additional allocation, we would have additional consumption, and by on-selling that water, we would get additional revenue. In the scenario we are right now, this may not be fully utilised in the first few years, depending on the timing of some developments such as Yamala, such as opportunities that we're currently investigating in Capella, and these will potentially see us the need to use this water in the future. Once that's realised, then we can, through a revenue source of rating, that water cost can be realised as revenue. The alternative is, as mentioned, we can trade our excess allocation. So at a point in time, towards the end of the water year, if we have excess allocation, we can put that on the open market and tender that out. Historically, Council has done that, but over the last 3 to 5 years, where water has been scarce, we have relied on that excess allocation as carryover to increase our allocation each year. So it's not a given that we will be selling water every year on that open tender market and getting revenue from that. But it does, when in times where we don't sell it, it does give us water security in the following year through the carryover allocation.
Sorry, so you... No, you're fine?
I knew Jason would come.
So, there's something going on over there. I'll have to read it in a minute. So the officer recommendation is that Council approve the acceptance of Sunwater's offer for a term allocation of 1,000 megalitre per annum from the Nagoa Mackenzie scheme for a term allocation price of $800 per megalitre per annum and a contract term of 20 years. Will somebody move that, please? Councillor Daniels, second to Councillor Brimblecombe. In favour of that? In favour? Carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Amber. Thank you. They're not all that easy. Especially water. Dear. Thank you. So there are two in general business, two short procedural motions. They relate to the General Council meeting day of the 28th of June. One is to set a special council meeting for the purpose of adopting the 22-23 council budget, and the second is to therefore amend start time of the General Council meeting to start at 11 a.m. So, Marnie, you've got the words up there, have you? Where's the central? So there you go, the special budget meeting that the Central Highlands Regional Council 22-23 special budget meeting be held on the 28th of June 2022 at 9 a.m. Somebody move that, Councillor Cypher, second Councillor Carpenter. In favour? That's carried, thank you, Marnie. And the second one is Central Highlands Regional Council amend the meeting time for the General Council meeting scheduled Tuesday the 28th of June 2022 to commence at 11 a.m. So that's following the special budget meeting. Somebody move that. Councillor Cypher again, second Councillor Burns, all in favour? Thank you, carried. Are there any other items of general business?
Yeah.
Councillor
I've got something.
Burns. Gee, you're quick that time.
Yeah, I wrote it down so I didn't forget. Just congratulations to Anthony Birch and his partner Kirsten Byrne, one of our officers here, for a 7 pound 8 baby boy born on Monday evening.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Kirsten. Yeah. Councillor Carpenter.
I hope she not. As in, I hope she's taking a break.
Councillor Carpenter.
Just to acknowledge and congratulate Dr. Ewan McPhee and Mrs. Gail Nixon for their awards through the Queen's Honours list. And if it's possible, can we send a letter or a card or something to both of those? Yeah. Acknowledging our
definitely
congratulations to them.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you very much. An almost neighbouring council area, but I just wanted to note I'll get this wrong, hopefully I'll get it right. The Meragapan family that returned to Billawheeler. And I just wanted to congratulate that community on the hard work that they did and everybody across Australia to lobby for the family to return to Billawheeler. But specifically, I did want to note on a television interview, I think it was, I know it was Bronwyn Dendell, who mentioned that you can never underestimate rural people and rural communities. So, yeah, just never underestimate. I just want to reinforce that sentiment, not to underestimate rural people and rural communities. So it's great to see that family back in the bosom, a warm bosom of Billawheeler community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moriarty. No more general business? I will declare the meeting closed at 1:08 p.m. Thanks, councillors. That's good.
Well done.
It was supposed to be an all-day meeting, wasn't it?
Supposed to be to a 2:30 meeting.
Is that when you wanted to